Welcome in Blue Otter Premier League for the start of our playoffs. We're getting both upper semifinals today this week between Elysium and Final Boss. Later on, we will be getting the second part of that between Literal Monkeys and the Spire. But for now, we'll focus on our first and fourth seed in the Blue Otter Premier League. I'm Isaac. Joining me alongside for this cast, as always, is Rue. And, on the front of Final Boss, obviously Elysium being a pretty known factor, the first seed, one of the strongest teams. They've expected them to be this whole season. But Final Boss has really picked it up coming into playoffs, Rue.
Yeah, absolutely. Final Boss have been on a little bit of a tear. In the week of making up games, able to go 2-0 up against Conduit, most importantly, and then also picking up a win in crunch time up against TSI, where it really mattered most to get themselves that top 4 seed and a little bit of protection, right? Getting top 4 means you can afford to lose a series somewhere and still be in the shout. 5th and 6th, unfortunately, is one and done, and that is the fate of TSI and Conduit after those results. But head into this one now then. They may have a second chance, but it feels like up against Elysium, they may be needing that second chance pretty early on.
Yeah, Elysium, obviously one of the best teams in the league by quite the margin. I mean, their bot lane, whether it is Dilly or Reckoning, as they have kind of switched back and forth in between throughout the season, both are good. Dilly, arguably the best player in the league as well on that front. We'll eventually get to see who we're getting from them today there. But in general, like Mango, Turbo Flyer as well, this team is one of, if not the best teams in the league, alongside with Literal Monkeys, very much the distinct numbers 1 and 2 and the favorites to be able to win the entirety of Blue Otter Premier League. But as we've gotten through the bans straight away, Zach, Jarvan, Seraphine, Kane, Aphelios, and probably, considering what's been played by them, maybe something like Victor might come through. But Caitlyn also been taken off board, taking out Bus and Poots' champion pool a little bit. The Aphelios and Caitlyn, very much known for those two.
Yeah, especially the Caitlyn, which he had a monster performance on in one of the games that we didn't get to see. I was just having a look around at the match history, and I think I saw 10-1 and 10 on a Caitlyn into Death via Touch Smolder. Able to carry that game, and that was the series against Conduit. So, like, giving the guy his Caitlyn, probably not a great idea. So, a good ban there, but he has plenty of others, at least for game 1. In his pool, look, he's pulled out Misfortune, which is a little bit of a surprise. I wouldn't be shocked if he went for a bit more, Sivir, Ashe if he wanted to, but with Seraphine ban, choose to go Misfortune instead.
Yeah, I know Bus and Poots does play this champ like a decent amount, but like B1ing it is certainly a choice. Yeah, B1 game 1 is obviously because of Fearless is certainly a bit of an odd one. Obviously on the Ashe front, Seraphine was taken away by a Final Boss, so that extremely potent duo was unavailable. But on the side of Elysium, going to pick it up an ADC for themselves with the Jinx. Very standard, very safe, and going to be layering it with the Wukong as well.
Yeah, it feels like Elysium in a little bit of danger of taps coming on a little bit too late. You can come online with Wukong Jinx at level 6, but before then, that kind of first rate fight, you have to be very, very careful of. If Final Boss don't take the first rate, then I'll be quite surprised already with just these 2 picks, especially when you need to draft the Skirmishing Jungler as well. And even on this patch, with Xin Zhao, you can still take Enchanters, though you may look to go Engage because you have the Misfortune. I feel like any choice is absolutely fine here for Final Boss, but support on 3 is just what makes sense.
Yeah, it'd be layering out, and especially with Misfortune, make sure that engage something like Leona or the Nautilus, unless they're hovering mid-lane choices. Right. Ahri is one that's certainly strong. It's a Star Burrito favorite. Obviously, Star Burrito being Elysium's mid laner, so getting that unavailable to them is less. I mean, Ahri's strong, and especially layering it with his Xin Zhao is fine enough. But making sure that Star Burrito doesn't get his big champ, his iconic duo there.
Yeah, I mean, Ahri Wukong as well, very annoying to play into, but there's quite a few mids that you'd have to be quite worried of if you find a boss, just in general with the Wukong, that can shut down even champions like an Ahri. And when you see an Ahri as well, you basically have to throw the Mel out there as a protection ban. You can focus your final ban on something you don't want to see as a counter pick towards you, though the Fiora is a very odd ban there from Elysium, suggesting that they're either going to take a tank top on 4, or they're going to look for a really odd, like, blind counter pick to something they just don't fancy the Fiora to.
Final boss taking out the Gwyn as well. Kind of one of those tank killers in the game. Maybe not right now because Gwyn's not really been super meta, but it does leave Elysium open to maybe pick up something like maybe an Ornn, perhaps coming through. Scion as well. I mean, okay, well they'll leave it for their final pick as they pick up Annie. So despite what their bans might have suggested, they'll go for continuing more of this. A lot of circle stuns from Elysium.
Circles are the best shape in this game.
Yeah.
Like categorically, they are the most overpowered. And I mean, final boss have a fair few of their own, though Misfortune doing damage in Cone does diminish that somewhat. But MFREL, an amazing combo, all the same. I think you take the role here every day of the week, but you take as much time as possible to try and work out what you want to go for your top side. That is not taking your time and slamming a Mundo. You did ban the Gwen.
Yeah, they banned the Gwyn. Fiora also out, but blinding the Mundo this early on when you have the likes of
Scion.
It's like Scion, but Mordekaiser is more of a Mordekaiser getting locked in by Elysium. Mordekaiser being more of a
why are we not
direct
Scion?
Counter.
Why are we not blinding Scion?
It's a Mundo. Either way, Mordekaiser is the lock-in for Turbo Flyer into SCK. We've seen this played a lot, particularly by Baxel as well, has done really in this matchup. But just in general, I mean, to be fair, that might be a little bit of a stretch there because Baxel has been one of the, if not the best top laner in the league. So we'll see how Turbo Flyer manages to pick up on that pick into the Mundo. And I definitely suspect that she would look up there as a side of Elysium to make sure the Mundo doesn't get into the game.
Yeah, still a little bit stunned, I'll be honest. I feel like taking Mundo blind, you've given it one bit of protection with the Gwen, which is in theory its worst matchup, but there are plenty more where that came from, right? It's not like you ban Gwen and suddenly the champion has no counters. It still has plenty of them. Mordekaiser a little bit lower down on the list in terms of overall game win rate, according to solo queue statistics, if you buy into those, but if you don't, then it's pretty damn good because it will destroy this Mundo in the lane, and if you destroy Mundo in lane, you can sometimes find it quite difficult to really get that value from you. Things like the split pushing and the ability to stand at the front in team fight and not care what happens to him. It's thrown a very interesting wrench here into the plans for game one, where it's looking to be quite a conventional looking draft, right? We're still looking at tankier top sides with more skirmish heavy bot to mids, but it's the way of the tankiness and the way it's going to express itself as well, which is vastly different from what we normally see.
Especially with Mordekaiser's ability to just take any one person out of a fight can definitely affect how these team fights play out, depending on who gets sent to Brazil. I think if you take out something like the Rel early on, can definitely make it hard to set up the Misfortune, even though I don't suspect we'll see that too much too often, since Rel's not really the most priority target you find. But if you find a flank onto a carry and completely delete Misfortune, there's really not much final boss can do on that front either. And it really, going back to just shifts how these team fights play out. And well, if we're actually looking about the rest of the team compositions, looking at Elysium's, you'd kind of suspect that they'd be the one who drafted the Misfortune and not final boss.
Yeah, I mean now it does fall onto final boss, especially through their support jungle, to really protect this Misfortune in team fights, right? The Mundo can only help so much. He's going to stand there, but he'll take damage, but he won't be able to CC back, right? He can deal damage, but he won't be able to help out all too much with that type of a team fight. It's down to the Zinzao, down to the Rel to make sure that Mordekaiser is not allowed too close, so that you can still get off the worst of your combo. If the Mordekaiser ends up ulting someone else through boredom or panic, then if the Ari's still there as well, there's a massive combo still, even without the Rel, even, for example, right? You take away the Rel so they don't have Magnet Storm, suddenly everyone's a very good charm target to just charm Misfortune out instead, and the bullet time will chunk through basically everyone else, not named Leona. So final boss still have plenty of options, as long as they can make sure there's Mordekaiser stays away from their bot lane, which, to be fair, does sound like most top versus bot matchups that I've ever seen.
Yeah. So we'll have our eyes on Mordekaiser. Has been the one that has thrown a wrench in the works, as it were. So we will find out whether or not Turbo Flyer, wrong top laner, can cause as much chaos as possible coming here into game 1, which we will see on the other side of the spectator delay. When we come back, we will be on the Rift, so don't go anywhere. We are ready to go back once again here for game one between Elysium and Final Boss. Is in fact going to be Crabware in the top lane for Final Boss, so considering story for them, they will not have SCK, at least for this first game. That's how things have gone, so we'll see how Crabware managed to play things out. And Ludicrous as well, which is my mistake. They actually had announced this one, and I just autopiloted into their regular starter, but Ludicrous will be playing up there as well. So two substitute. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. I don't know why I forgot that one. Substitute top laners for this series here in the opening round of the Blue Water Premier League playoffs.
Though technically the top lane for Elysium isn't the sub. Dilly's actually the sub, just to really confuse things. Because the waters weren't muddy enough already, so I'm gonna muddy.
Oh yeah, because in roster changes, technically he is the starter now. It was marked as that. But like he hasn't been the starter for the whole split. Yep. But that on a technicality, you know what? We've got two different top laners than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, and we also gonna have different mid as well as a result, right? So now we got Dilly into Ishan instead of what we're looking at for Elysium. So a slight change up there, but in essence can be very similar, especially Annie Wukong going to be fine to work that together. You don't have to exactly play much together to be able to work that out, and these guys have also played a lot together, so that should not be much of an issue whatsoever. As early trading going somewhat in the Rel favor, makes sense into Jinx lane, unable to really get that early push unless she wants to invest all of her mana into just throwing out rockets, and it's just not worth it. So Reckoning just going to have to catch this one a little bit later and be absolutely fine with it. Level 2 was a nice attempt there from Becca, which we saw, but didn't quite land on the crash down. Left Relics just a tiny little bit of space to walk away into, and then didn't go for a Shattering Strike afterwards. Able to escape that level 2 versus level 1 for Elysium. Level 3v2, not really pressured anywhere near as much there by Final Boss. The level 3 Umbrella, not quite as powerful as the 2 items of CC. And so instead, just going to back things off, take an early base, get an early cull, and then look to reset the lane in, honestly, quite a nice, favorable position.
Yeah, always feels good to be able to pick up the coal as early as this, get that extra injection of gold, as well as the few extra bonus stats that it gives, will help push the advantage for the bot lane of Final Boss, who, well, has certainly been, if there's been any consistency in Final Boss's roster, it has been their bot lane, and well, their bot lane's certainly one of the better ones in the league. Before we get to that, Relic's going in onto Rue, taking her down to half HP, but more importantly, in the mid lane, Ishan in trouble, taken very low, but Mango's a little bit too far away. Charm lands its way down onto the Wukong, who's now separated out with an arriving Sutek, dropping a few auto attacks. The Orb of Deception hits, gets the first blood for Ishan. Follow up, audacious charge onto Dilly, means he has nowhere to go. The stun will drop onto the Ahri, but it won't nearly be enough. 2-0 to the Final Boss.
And that's just a massive misunderstanding from Elysium when this matchup is good, right? Annie Wukong is so disgusting OP because Wukong makes it so that Annie can't miss on her ultimate, can't miss anything, and no matter what, they're going to be CC chained into death. But for that, you're going to need to have level 6s, right? Your Wukong is not anywhere near as powerful, nowhere near as potent as a Xin Zhao at this point. And when Ishan walks up like that, they're
Shattering Strike lands its way onto Reckoning, and the cleanse will stop the stun from the Shield of Daybreak by Relics. Flash forward Rue with the auto attack secures the kill onto Reckoning, and so 3 kills in before 5 minutes go unanswered by Final Boss.
Yeah, nice all in time found, and this is a different misunderstanding. This time it's just not respecting the engageability of a Rel. Bus and Poots gets counter-engaged onto, burns the cleanse, but puts out just enough damage for Rue to be able to finish off that kill, even without an ignite, using the heal during that play, unlocking Hex Smash as well at the end. So a massive play once more for Final Boss as they start with a commanding lead in game number 1 against the 1 seed.
Yeah, up 1.7k gold over Final Boss at the 5-minute mark. Certainly a one that you can definitely see them use to start to run away with this game, especially if Ishan continues to land max range charms like that, gets Dilly down to half HP. Not quite level 6 just yet, as we're obviously looking for, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and I mean, when you do hit that level 6 on any Wukong, you can really start to play, right? Even down this kill, you'll be fine. It's not a great time because the Ahri on the other side did get a double kill, does have Chapter plus an Amptome, and you have an Amptome and a bit of mana. So there is a massive disparity in terms of gold spent, especially right now for Dilly, but when you hit level 6, if your Wukong is there, you can take that
strike
2v2.
lands, but Mango is here, not quite level
Reckoning's
6
still
just yet. Reckoning down to half HP. Will miss the zap, and now with all
Mango's
the
not
cooldowns
6. Why are we
burned
doing
by
this?
the side of Final Boss, Shattering Strike won't quite find its way onto Relics, but that could have been really bad for Elysium, considering that they were the one trying to find the gank.
It still is really bad. Reckoning's half HP chunked out. Mango's forced into an off-tempo base that he cannot avoid. Ishan's looking to make something happen on mid.
Ult's used in the mid lane. Ishan gets Dilly really low. We'll have to go under tower. Gets the heal from the kill for the solo Bolo. Further pushing Dilly behind. Further accelerating the lead of Final Boss. 4-0 to them.
And that's because the Wukong's showing, right? If the Wukong is hidden in the fog somewhere, then Ishan is not able to look for that play at all. They can go for the exchange, they can go for the big chunk both ways, but there's no way he's flashing under the turret.
Shattering Strike doesn't quite hit the mark. It was definitely, sorry to cut you off there, but it was definitely a very dangerous look from Rue. If that landed, that could have been extremely bad for the bot lane of Elysium, especially with that wave pushing in. But they'll be fine for now.
Yeah, great blocking as well there. Just cancelling that minion from even being a thought for Reckoning. Throws out the W, but blocked by the big tankiness of a mech horse. And as such, -1 yet again for Reckoning. Finds himself down about 3 waves worth of CS already at the 7-minute mark, as well as taking that early death. Down in XP. Level 6 versus level 5. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, Relics goes to go and tries to get them under tower, but Reckoning has nowhere to go. Pinched between the tower and the lane wall. Completely bursted down by the bullet time. It's a kill for Buss and Poots. Another 2v2 kill as well for the bot lane of Final Boss.
Yeah, I feel like that was right on cue. Level 5 v level 6. what are we doing? Like, we can't be walking up level 5 v level 6, especially not even you. I understand from Relic's point of view, taking that engage, trying to get them trapped under the turret, you get something maybe to go back in your favor from that as a play, but it lets Reckoning walk too far forward, and I believe their barrier was just about to come off cooldown. The flash, as you can see, still waiting for another 90 seconds or so. It's just not a play that Elysium can make right now, and Final Boss are doing an amazing job at punishing. That's already a first item on Ishan after getting those 3 kills. Buss and Poots close to what I'm gonna have to guess is an Axiom arc, which is a little bit out there, but everyone's just so far accelerated, and the only thing that isn't accelerated now is top lane, because it's a Mundo, and he's neutralized the lane against a Mordekaiser. This is huge for Final Boss.
That Rue has roamed up, same as Relics. This Ahri is so fed with the Blackfire Torch in hand. You mentioned Surrender Death Rocket will come through, tap its way onto Ishan, but just the presence of Ishan alone with how far ahead he is too much for the Elysium to handle, and the Grubs go the majority way of Final Boss.
I mean, Blackfire Torch against Lost Chapter. Need we say any more? This is an interesting all-in fight. I don't think Reckoning actually wins this, though. Ooh, missed the Q bounce.
Flame Chompers won't quite hit the mark. Rue and Relics arriving at roughly the same time. They will see each other. Both have ults available. Buss and Poots obviously used the bullet time earlier. We'll have that in short order, but we'll have to wait a little bit before we get that. Dilly flashing forward, trying to burn down Ishan. You're talking about the Lost Chapter. It's a Blackfire Torch. Apparently, it's enough to find a shutdown for Dilly on no health. The Relics in the bullet time, choking him low. Not quite going to find the full kill. Flash forward for Moot to try to flip Relics back over. One more auto attack is all that's needed. Rue will get it with the Shattering Strike. The heal will come through to try to keep the support of Final Boss alive, but why is Reckoning running back up? Buss and Poots will be gifted a goal from the ADC of Elysium.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fine play. If you end up going 1-for-1, you stay alive, and you basically got donated a kill. And instead, you decide to donate it straight back. As Reckonings, we are headed into a short little pause. I believe what happened in mid is precisely showing what I was saying earlier, though, right? The fact that the Annie is allowed to be behind and can still have kill threat, even in the 1v1, once you hit level 6. The fact that we're taking that weird scuffle around top Scuttle Crab, level 4, it makes even less sense when you realize that you can do plays like this on mid, where you can just kill the Ahri if he walks too far forward, right? No flash on Ishan. It was a guaranteed play there for Dilly. You managed to just flash R, nothing to be done in response from Ishan. Didn't even need Mango there to follow him up, is how crazy that was. And yet still we're taking 4v4s against 2v2s rather, against a duo that's going to be much stronger than us in the early phase, meaning that we're now fighting it's an uphill battle the whole way through the rest of this game.
Yeah, 2 kills on the Misfortune as well as almost 30 CS up. Bus and Poots, one of the definitely a top 4 ADC, if not 3 or 2, here in the Blue Auto Premier League, fully using that early advantage they have just from the Misfortune alone to start to run away with this game. We will be underway as soon as the game decides to actually resume, because apparently we're resuming in. We're resuming in 0, but it's been a little bit longer than 0, I will say. Bit of an odd
Zero
one here.
what,
Okay.
may I ask?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's 0 millennia. Yes. We've rounded down to 0 millennia. But we're finally underway. Obviously, we will eventually have the pause eventually get through.
Maybe that was there. Who knows? Maybe we got the post pause within that.
That
just
could
to
be.
mess with us. But
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like a lot of things being messed with right now, especially these first item timers, just so far advanced for Final Boss. We got first item mid, first item bottom. There is the post pause bug that we were prophesizing. But I mean, how are you now going to fight this if you're Elysium, right? We talked about the level 6 times being so important as they look to play into this game to try and keep things somewhat even. Now that doesn't exist as a timer as much, right? Because the enemy team has first item spikes way before you. Your Jinx is still waiting for quite a while, if we're being honest, right? It's like 1,000 gold away from Hex Optics, which I'm assuming we're going towards here. And he's still not a Malignance yet. Meanwhile, Ari on the other side has first item plus boots. Misfortune has first item plus pickaxe plus cull. Like, the item disparity is so much that your level 6 timers that were so good for you earlier on are now no longer any good for you.
I would say that they would still be decent. Like, it'd be a lot worse.
They'll still be good, but they're not as
but
good, right?
Yeah.
And it's self-inflicted.
Well, either way, in talking about level 6s, all ultimates available for the bottom half of the map of Elysium, and Rue's gone a little bit too far. Bullet time will be dropped over the top to try to dissuade the side of Elysium, but it's a bit just too far in from Rue, not knowing Mango is nearby, and the follow-up will try to find his way onto Bus and Poots, trying to take one back onto Mango. It's not nearly enough. Shutdown goes the way of Reckoning as well.
Shutdown went. I'm going to contradict you. Went
It went to Relics.
It went to Relics,
Yeah.
which is a little bit me. It's a little bit annoying, but it's only 500 gold. It means Leona's a bit tankier. Maybe she can take an extra engage that she wouldn't have done before, and it could be all right. It could be worse, but just too far there from Becca, not respecting what vision or maybe lack of vision they had, as we're going to get a little play onto top side as well.
Especially with Sutek being on the top side of the map, which will use the angle to try to find the way onto Ludicrous. Gank comes through successfully. Ishan arriving up top as well to try to find a way onto Mango. The charm had already gone wide, so they can't really capitalize on it.
Yeah, and the charm going wide made it even more of a question as why we're going forward on that part of the Spirit Rush. Crab Warrior, I'm also questioning why we're going forward here, but
Relics hits the Zenith Blade. Dilly is nearby, but more importantly, Rue's also arriving. Shattering Strike, I'm going to assume miss, considering the directed cam took us away, but the charm won't miss onto Relics, who's just in too much trouble. Timbers will be dropped down to try to find a stun and slow down Final Boss, but there's no help for Relics in this situation. Shattering Strike doesn't quite hit Dilly, so it will get out with only 1 death to the way of Elysium.
There will be a second Drake as well. That's the important one. In terms of all the skirmishing, it hasn't really accomplished much for either team. This might do something on bot, but it...
Oh, bullet time fully case tanked by Reckoning. That was certain.
You show that you can right click. Just go outside of it before you throw everything back at him.
Oh, I guess Reckoning assumed the barrier would have been enough, but clearly not. And that will gift yet another kill to Bus and Poots. Another really unforced error from Reckoning here in these, I guess last time was a 2v2 fight. Even number fights in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that's a big one for Final Boss to be winning back as well, right? As the Drake was being taken, to get an extra thing on bot means that you get so much tempo now for Bus and Poots, especially. He can just take that base, doesn't have to worry about anything else. Just let the lane do what it wants. And he can come back with a base like item and a half against item, right? It's huge in the bot. It also has summoner advantage as well. Has the cleanse for when Relics decides that it's time to go onto him. Going to have flash way before Reckoning has his. And if Final Boss have been tracking these properly, then they should know that there is a timer to just take a massive all-in on bot once more, and there's very little Reckoning can actually do about it.
I think also on the front of itemization, it's lethality on the Misfortune, which definitely hurts a lot more early on, and we are in that earlier on portion of this game, so I feel really bad for Reckoning, or even more so than what had already been mentioned. Just to add a little bit of more salt into the wound, Axiom Arc already completed very nearly at the Collector as well.
Yeah, it's just item disparity that is difficult for Reckoning to keep up with, especially in this state. Ludicrous is window shopping. He has realized his base has been cancelled, but he's absolutely fine. Crab Warrior doing the push Mundo strats, getting a triple Giant's Belt before going towards what I have to assume is a Warmogs. Gonna be. Oh my god!
Oh!
I was
disgusting. Luckily, Mango is here. Puss in Boots does have the flash to try to follow up. Bullet time will be dropped to secure the kill to make this a 2v2, but Puss in Boots is on the wrong side of the map with nowhere to go. Second cast of the Cyclone will try to be used to slow down Rue, but perhaps a little bit too early. Is able to crash down away.
If that's a pullback doesn't land, that is a dead Mordekaiser as well. No flash in the top side for Ludicrous. I believe it must have been previous players, Sutek, using his flash on the same timer as the Mordekaiser, so he can track very easily when that Mordekaiser's flash is going to be. Knows that neither of them have it right now, looking for that play, just getting pulled back slightly out of range. And it means that Ludicrous will survive, but his turret maybe less so, as it has taken 4 plates worth of damage already. Looking to be 5, but I don't think Crab Warrior quite has enough, and if he overstays, could be in danger. Maybe taking a death of the turret isn't too bad, though. Who knows?
Pick that one.
Is this a good death, Balsi?
But 3 members are up here. I mean, I think it's pretty worth. Yeah, we'll do his best. Try to escape. Zenith Blade misses.
Cyclone.
It's not even a death.
Wow, absolutely crazy. That
Charm lands its way onto Dilly. Talking about deaths, it is in the middle. Another 1v1 kill. Ishon with the solo bolo onto the Annie once again, despite having a few questions earlier. The Charm hits Reckoning. Sutek is here, but so is Mango and Relics. They know they can't push any further with the top half and support side running down to the mid lane. But another Charm from Ishon. I know that one won't really matter all too much, but other than that one in the top lane, he has not missed.
But look what's happening bot as a result of all this pressure, right? Elysium, they try and respond onto the top side. They don't quite get it. It doesn't quite work. Crab Warrior just ghosts out of there. Doesn't even have to worry about anything because Zenith Blade misses. Mango has no Cyclone. The MF is taking the tier 2 and just got a ton of plates for free in a 1v0 lane. And you've also got mid tier 1.
Quite in range, and the bullet time over the top. Dilly with just a handful of spells used by the side of Final Boss. The bullet time is enough to burst him down.
Couldn't quite find his Q range, just slightly out of it. Realizes how free of a kill that was onto Puss in Boots, but just ever so slightly out of range. And that's something you have to factor in, I guess, against Misfortune.
Death Realm now, Crab Warrior very low. Pullback won't quite hit him. Obliterate does. It's talking about solo kills. Ludicrous will get one on the Crab Warrior.
Yeah, a little bit too far out there for the Mundo. Just caught out a little bit, but be able to get back into things absolutely fine. Has that big spike that we talk about on the push Mundo, right? The Warmogs plus Giant's Belt. He's kind of where he needs to be. It's a little bit later than you probably want. If you can hit Heartsteel as your second item, kind of 21, 22 minutes, then you're still going to be okay, but the earlier the better, of course, as he's going to have to lose another wave here. And are we getting a TP mid, or is that just
another base? Charm. Hold on, Ishon goes under tower with Dilly having Timbers available. Yeah, I feel like the left side probably the better on that front by Ishon. And I mean, he knows his mistake, right? Like it was just a little bit too egregious.
Yeah, I mean, he's been pushing the envelope the whole time, right? He's been trying to get as much pressure onto Dilly as possible, and sometimes high risk comes with high reward. Sometimes it's just high risk and a death, as that is low risk in terms of safety from Puss in Boots, and insanely high reward because Reckoning's half HP before this fight starts.
Yeah, but they will crash down. Bullet time in the perfect angle. Puss in Boots will kill Dilly very early, and the follow-up with the Cyclone will do their best to try to tick down Puss in Boots, but is just too much to handle. Will finally go down with the teleport from Ludicrous, but he's the only one left alive. And that was all she wrote for that fight. Started out by a great crash down Magnet Storm in the choke point by Rue. All they lose is Puss in Boots in the process. They'll pick up their soul point Drake as well. It's going all the way of Final Boss here in game 1.
Yeah, and it's going from bad to worse for Elysium, right? It already wasn't looking great. Now it just looks even more difficult. You proved that you can kill the Misfortune. Just. It took Reckoning flashing and Mango flashing, and then Ludicrous TPing in to flash Q to finally get the kill.
Yeah.
Need to say more.
Yeah, that is a fact. I don't know how to respond. That is indeed what happened. And other things that have happened is Buss and Poots now with the full LDR inventory as well on 3 items. Thought it was going to be difficult to kill Buss and Poots just then. Now with the extra damage in hand that will be dropping down onto you, it's, I mean, technically not all that more tanky, but you know, death is the hardest form of CC. So you know, when the Misfortune is going to be killing you that much faster, it's
yeah,
it's pretty dire if you're Elysium.
It is, but I think I'd be more scared at this phase of the game if that was an Infinity Edge, which Buss and Poots can clearly afford because he's just got a whole BF sword as well. I'm slightly surprised he went for the early rotation LDR, which I think you in this version of Misfortune, where you go lethality into collect, where you blend them and then you go crit from that point onwards. I think you normally would go LDR third because that's happening around the 25 to 30 minute mark, right? But when you're this far ahead, look at the armor of the other team. Look at what they've actually built. It is a Leona who has plated steel caps and a locket. And it's a Mordekaiser who has plated steel caps. That's the armor on the enemy team. Do we need the LDR yet, or can we go a little bit greedier? Is what I'd ask.
Buss and Poots won't quite get hit by the
solar
enough. Flare, but it won't matter. It completely deletes Reckoning. Mango trying to show up on the flank, but all the while Relics has to flash away. Talking about flank stealies goes completely wrong. Sutek going to isolate out Mango, pick up a 3rd kill for final boss. Ludicrous has sent, it looks like Sutek to Brazil, but eventually they will leave. And it's, I mean, it was something. I mean, he almost got Sutek, but that's 4 kills going completely unanswered by final boss. Baron is up and available. Crab War is getting completely left alone here at the top lane. Just get the tier 2. Just a little bit extra of a treat for final boss. They now sit 11.5k gold up at 21 minutes. 21.5 minutes, I guess, more correctly, but this is one of the largest leads we have seen at this point. Just in general, not even in just Blue Water Premier League alone.
Yeah, we were encroaching on the territory where it's unthrowable. It's not quite there yet, but it's becoming difficult. You have 4-item Misfortune. The silver lining from that fight is that because Elysium had blown all their flashes previously, they didn't have any to throw at Buss and Poots this time, and they were still able to kill him, and he burnt double summons. He didn't die, sorry, but he did burn double summons. So you didn't have to, you didn't invest any of your own summoners. The Misfortune is now summonerless. Does that make it any easier to get onto him when you've still got the Rel Peel with Rel Flash and the fact that Zinzao exists and he just did that to your Mordekaiser? Probably not. But maybe that's something to cling on to as you are up against this 4-item behemoth that will eviscerate your team before Mordekaiser can obliterate anything.
Well, spot on obliterating. Buss and Poots will use the Make It Rain to spot out Ludicrous. It was definitely looking a little bit scary if they walked around that corner for an isolated Misfortune. Would have given a nice hefty shot.
That would be an interesting 1v1.
Actually, you know what? Yeah,
it would be 4 items versus
convinced.
1. Like it's Mordekaiser, but it is still 4 items v1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is true. I had failed to consider that. It's more of the institutional knowledge of expecting the Misfortune into the Mordekaiser 1v1 not going well, but that is was perhaps a little bit too hasty of a judgment. Obviously, we didn't get to see it, and we will be forever left to ask the question: does Ludicrous win the 1v1 into Buss and Poots? Which we probably
answer it. There's no easy answer, which is disgusting to say with 4 items versus 1. As we're going to go in.
Oh, speaking of Buss and Poots, the Solar Flare won't quite hit the mark, but the CC is enough to lock down and get the shutdown on to Mango. This is about as look as it could for the side of Elysium. They're taking Ashawn low, autos away. They get the kill onto the mid laner, and hold up, Crab War is the only one left alive. Reckoning auto attacking way left completely unticked, undamaged. And that's a few huge shutdowns going on to the carry of Elysium.
Yeah, and it's just a target-focused issue from Final Boss, and also maybe a misjudgment of how far ahead they are, because they are very far ahead, but they're not quite 4v5 far ahead just yet. against a Jinx that can get resets when you're not focusing her, right? You have to... You can't be making multiple mistakes on the same play. You can make one mistake right now as final boss on a play, and you'll still be okay. But now your margin for error is somewhat diminished because this Jinx just got a triple kill and a mid-tier 1 with objective bounties, and she's going to be coming back with, I'm assuming, like an Infinity Edge, or maybe an LDR, okay, there we go, plus a BF sword off that base. This Drake is no longer as free as it once was.
Yeah, and it is soul point, so this is one that Elysium needs. They started up immediately. Crab Warrior is at the front line to try to push in. Bus and Poots is trying to layer them into this choke points. Ishan won't quite hit this charm, but the push forward, the solar flare drops on the bullet time. Super Mega Death Rocket lets the damage from Mega to find the kill, and now Ishan will try to turn this one around. Is relatively untouched, is going forward. Reckoning going to no longer be free, but is now auto-running away. Will finally break free. 4 kills for 5. Reckoning barely survives, but it's enough. The ace goes the way of Elysium. The does have to. Oh, yes, the recall. He can't take the Drake. Look at the top lane. It's pushing in. The base is more important. I was having a few questions as to why Reckoning was recalling instead of taking the Drake, but yeah, no, you have to save the game. You can't lose the game from a flashback to the 2024 LCS Summer Finals when FlyQuest won that one with the minions pushing in. So. So I think the takeaway from this is that that Reckoning's better than Yon. I think, right?
Sure, if that's where you want to take it. We can. The takeaway I'm getting from this is that Final Boss are not really sure how to convert on this gold lead right now. Right? They know that they've got themselves to this position. Amazing that they have, but they haven't been able to convert it just yet. They're taking fights on Elysium's turf. They're taking fights where Elysium feel favored. And they're just not cohesive as a unit. They need to get onto this Jinx, and they're not doing it at all right now. They're leaving her alone.
Magnet Sword setup is big. Reckoning, the target of Sutek, left completely out of the fight. Bullet time over the top, chunks out Ludicrous and Mango, but Reckoning has gotten excited. Crab Warrior has to hightail it out of there, as well as Bus and Poots is no HP. Super Mega Death Rocket from a few screens away secures the triple kill for Reckoning. And what was at an 11.5K gold lead at 21 minutes for Final Boss is slowly getting whittled away. They're only 6K gold up now, and well, in terms of momentum, it's going all the way of Elysium.
Yeah, and in terms of scaling as well, you'd have to say with the Jinx being as untouched as she is right now, I mean, Elysium are in a great place overall. They have the Mordekaiser to catch this top wave, make sure the next turret doesn't take any excess damage it doesn't need to. And it's a free farming lane as well, if nothing else, right? When you get the inhib so early on, yeah, sure, it caused some pressure. It allows you to take a second stab at the soul fight as Final Boss. But now it's just a free farm lane for while those supers are spawning. And if Reckoning wants to go there while he farms up to whatever he wants to go as his 5th item, or if that's just going to be Ludicrous pushing out the wave as safe as can be, it doesn't really matter because there's nothing Final Boss can do about it. It is a wave that you cannot play on anymore. And unless you're going to try and get this Baron in 10 seconds and make it a lot cleaner than what we saw around these Drakes, you're starting to run out of nice windows of opportunity here for Final Boss.
Talking about Reckonings mentioned earlier, did get the Infinity Edge on Recall. Mango is a bit isolated. It's a good use of the clone to stop the Charm from landing. Mentioned does have QSS on Reckoning, so any collapse onto this Jinx will need a little bit more oomph behind it to find the kill and not just the CC. It will be a difficult carry to lockdown. Also has the help of Knight's Vow and the Locket to keep him alive any longer, like on top of the QSS. So will not be easy to kill. Reckoning Barrier available. Flash going to be coming up soon as well. And late game Jinx, I mean, we weren't expecting it to come this quickly with how far Reckoning was put behind, how far Elysium as a whole were put behind. But in 7 minutes, they've gone from being completely out of the game to kind of effectively back level, despite what the Golden might say. But Baron is started up by the side of Final Boss, trying to sneak one down, but the rest of Elysium, they will be wise to it. So they don't want a 50-50, and with how much damage they'd already taken with the shred on the resistances, is not exactly one to take. Teleport over from Crab Warrior, and Final Boss move right back onto the Baron. They obviously do have the positioning, but the ward was there.
That's
Teleport
a deep
coming
TP.
through will begin, but it is ludicrous. He can send someone to the Death Realm if need be to make it a 1v1. Will do so onto Rue. Crab Warrior getting awed away by Reckoning. It was probably used to try to keep himself alive. It is good enough. Reckoning is legendary. Gets
Sutek's
the kill on to Sutek. Double kill for Reckoning, who is left completely untouched. Once again, Mango will kill Bus and Poots, but Reckoning's just autoing away for free down onto Crab Warrior. Only one kill goes the way of Final Boss. It's onto Ludicrous. That one was already expected anyway, and the Baron that they started up twice goes the way of Elysium.
Final Boss needs to take a serious mental pause right now. You can't just call a pause. You can't just take a timeout, but during times like this, you have to work out what the hell's going on, because this is like unacceptable. Reckoning is being corralled by Sutek in one fight, and then no one else follows up. And the next fight, it's Becca that goes all in. Because, oh, right, we need to get the Jinx, and there's just not enough follow-up. And the next fight, it's Ishan trying to do something on the side with maybe a follow-up from someone else, but it's nowhere near a full commit. They cannot work out if they want to try and play front to back, or if they want to try and play all into this Jinx. Their comp dictates that they can sort of do either okay, neither of them they do great. They have to work out which they're going to do for this specific fight coming up in about a minute or so's time for the Soul. Otherwise, we're going to see yet another splintered fight that Elysium are just going to be able to dominate in.
And I know in the video that CZI released earlier as a preview for the playoffs had called Elysium as one of the best front to back team fighting teams in the league. Actually, I think he said the best, more specifically. And well, at least in these last few minutes, we have certainly seen it coming back from 11.5k gold down. Not quite technically level just yet, but with how much scaling they have, with how much protection this Jinx has available to Reckoning, I gotta say that the lead is definitely their way. We don't have any objectives on board, but the next Drake spawning in 30 seconds with Baron in hand of Elysium will almost certainly make it to where the soul points to the side of Final Boss will not be converted on.
Yeah, the big difference in this fight, though, is now we finally have an Edge of Night here for Bus and Boots. And when I saw him going lethality, I was sort of wondering if he was going to do this as a full commit from the start, because the whole difference in this game so far has been Relic's ability to just put a solar flare on the Misfortune and stop that disgusting amount of damage from bullet time from ever truly proccing. Now, he has an Edge of Night. If he doesn't get tapped by any other spells, it's no longer just a solar flare away from the Misfortune stopping pressing R. You have to put another spell into Bus and Poots to stop the bullet time, and it's nowhere near as simple at long range. I feel like this could be just enough to tip it back in Final Boss's favor if they can play the fight right.
We'll have to see. Drake is up and available. Final Boss have pushed into the river. It's still in a choke point from the side of Elysium. A little bit dangerous, but they have pushed back onto the Drake themselves, taking it down. We'll keep the eyes of Sutek just a little bit too far away. He's going to try to find the audacious charge. Not going to do it. Ishan going for it. Immediately removed, and Bus and Poot stopped by the Cyclone. But the Maxthorn comes down, but it's not nearly enough. The Misfortune is gone. The Ari is gone on the side of Final Boss, and there's no damage, no strength, no gas left in the tank of Elysium. Double kill for Dilly. They only lose Reckoning in the process. And it's just too much for Final Boss to handle. Elysium are back in it, and we've been talking about the gold a little bit, and well, they're back even. But I mean, at this point, Elysium, I feel like they're just running away to this one. It seems, as much as it seemed inevitable at 21 minutes that Final Boss is going to take game one, at this point, it feels like it's shifted back the whole other way, seesawed into an inevitability that Elysium will come out on top here.
Yeah, and it's just like inexplicable as Final Boss. We talked about the whole time. It's been Relic's ability to just press R to cancel the Misfortune ult. Why are we allowing it to be not how are we allowing it to be someone else that cancels it? Mango should never even be allowed to be close enough to get the Cyclone forward onto Bus and Poots there. It's just setting up the fight incorrectly. Going in after the Drake's already died, Ishan getting deleted instantly. Didn't use the Zhonya's, didn't even have time because it was a frame after he pressed his ultimate that he got absolutely popped. And we're just not coordinated right now as Final Boss. If you want to be taking these fights that are kind of scrappy all over the place, then that means your Misfortune combo is going to be somewhat downgraded, right? You're no longer able to just say, right, we're going to easy Magnet Storm into Misfortune, and they're going to be there because they can't move, because now you take a fight on multiple fronts, your Ari's already dead, the Jinx is nowhere to be found, she's fighting the Mundo on the other side of the fight. You're not able to corral the people you need into the big combo. All that had to happen this game for Final Boss about 10 minutes ago was one single instance of the Rel ulting onto the Jinx and there being a little bit of follow-up. Now, you need multiple fights to go your way, and you still don't have that soul even for kind of a Cloud Soul as a win condition. You are falling behind the curve at a rate of knots, and it's not going to get much better from here.
Just to add even more onto the hill that Final Boss has to climb, Reckoning has also picked up the Guardian Angel in their inventory after that last fight. So even if they manage to tick down the health bar of Reckoning, which to be fair they did in the previous fight, they'll be back and good to go after the full duration of it comes back. The revive comes through, so it's just even more for them to handle. And yeah, it's not great, especially, I mean, if you talk about attack speed and autoing away on that front, just even more Bandle Pipes also in the inventory of relics to get Reckoning to do even more than what he'd already been doing.
Sutek
will be spotted by Reckoning. Flashes.
And this is how desperate Final Boss have got. This is how desperate they are to get something to go their way.
Wait,
Relics is giving the kill straight back.
Relics, so it's back 1-for-1. However, there is no smite available to Final Boss with Baron available, but they do have a few health bar advantages.
Dilly's
coming through. Dilly removed by Reckoning. Enough damage is there.
Boost is pushing into danger.
And Puts is bogged down by the Obliterate, and the Guardian Angels come through for the side of Elysium. So despite how good things look, it could still go all right for the side of Final Boss, but not necessarily as good as it would have otherwise. Rude getting ticked down, getting burned down by the passive by Ludicrous. Double kill for Ludicrous onto Ishan this time. Crab Warrior, the only one left alive, but no ult on this Mundo with the health bar so low. Gives the triple kill over to Ludicrous with the drop of the Obliterate.
Yeah, and it's the anti-heal. Really, as clutches up there. Crab Warrior could potentially carry that fight in a different world where there's no anti-heal, but just the insurance on top of everything else. Positive Final Boss is that it's not a conclusive fight win, right? They still lost in terms of numbers, but there's no objectives to be gained on the other side of this one for Elysium. And they also burned both those Guardian Angels, of which they didn't have any on their team, right? Final Boss have none of that. They have a bunch of different protective items. They have a Zonya's, but that's kind of the extent, and that is...
Tech?
What is the plan there?
I don't know. And Drake spawning in Drake. 5 seconds as well.
That could be Baron too.
I don't...
Hey, let me just put me to Leona.
Yeah, as much as I don't like saying a player is tilted off the face of the earth, 2 plays in a row from Sutek. It might be a bit premature to say that is what happened, but it's distinctly possible, especially with the Drake and Baron up and available as the jungler. You can't be giving that over at all. It's just heinous.
Yeah, and this is the point in the game where I point out how happy I am that I said it was almost unlosable for Final Boss earlier on, because they found the way. Like, it's getting to that point where they're going to really struggle to get back into this.
Time drops. Ludicrous taken very low. We'll have to pop the Zonya. It's a good bolt time from Bus and Poots, but obviously no smite available. Dilly's very low. Bus and Poots blast going over aggressively on the Misfortune. Not something you see very often. Won't get hit by the Solar Flare. Is stunned up now. Finally, Mango is the one to secure the kill. Spike going very low. Double kill for Mango. Ishan will secure the kill onto Relics. The burn down will eventually find its way onto Mango. No, it won't. And the kill from Tibbers. Tibbers kill already spawned up, gets the double kill for Dilly onto Ishan. Crab Warrior left alone in the bot lane to do his thing, but to be fair, a pretty valiant effort from Final Boss considering the circumstances, but they don't really get much for their effort.
Yeah, and it's just, it looks so unfortunate at the end. I know exactly why Ishan's going back in, because it looks so tempting. It's a world of opportunity opened up to him, but it just gets closed straight back in his face afterwards. And all Ludacris is doing here is just canceling the base of Crab Warrior on cooldown. He might get the
he's
kill.
doing a
It
little
doesn't
bit
even
more.
matter if he does,
Doing a little
because
bit
the
more than
base
just
is
canceling.
ending. I mean, like, sure, but like, you can get the kill or not as long as the Mundo isn't based. The game's already won. Mango did just take an execute, but there's still plenty of time for Reckoning with those resets to finish off the Nexus. And Elysium pull off the comeback to win game one in dramatic fashion. A final boss, they're gonna need the longest pause possible between these two games.
Yeah, because being 11.5k gold up at 21 minutes with the Baron as well, you said it yourself. You're glad you didn't say it was completely unlosable from final boss, and clearly it wasn't. Now I think it was about 35 minutes at the time that the Nexus went of Elysium taking game one. But I mean, the one fight was all Elysium needed. All they needed was Reckoning to get a few kills, and they went back to their classic front to back play style, and they clearly had enough in it to be able to turn things around and take game one in what was I mean, what a way to actually start the Blue Water Premier League playoffs. I mean, you could not have asked for like a better, at least in terms of entertainment value, first game.
Yeah, that's one way of phrasing it that doesn't sound quite as bad. Entertaining, sure. We're
neutrals here. I don't have a horse in this, or I guess a bird.
You don't have to have a horse in the race to be able to call out bad play when it happens.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. There were definitely a lot of moments from Final Boss that definitely were...
There were also moments from Elysium earlier on, right? This is not a faultless game on either front, right? You only get into the position where you're down 11k by making some mistakes of your own. The fact they were to pull it back is a testament to Elysium's mental fortitude and their ability to never say die in a game. But that doesn't make them faultless in the fact that they were down 11k gold.
Yeah, and on the front of mental fortitude, you did cover it a little bit earlier, but Final Boss is going to have to try to find some coming into game two, because, I mean, in terms of tilters, that one's probably the biggest one you could possibly have been served up from the side of Final Boss. So we will have to see how they manage to take game two, which we will get to you on the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere. We will be getting you the draft in a few moments. we are back after that marathon of a seesaw of Game 1 here in the Blue Water Premier League upper semi-final playoffs, finals in the playoffs, between Elysium and Final Boss. And it looked like Final Boss was all but guaranteed to win that first game, but things didn't quite go that way. Brand locked in for the first side of... I have a feeling, considering the bans, that these logos might be incorrect and that Elysium would be on the
They may
blue
have
side.
swip swapped, to use the correct term. They may have done some swip swap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They may have swip swapped by the looks
There we
of
go.
those bands, as you're saying. But yeah, Brand as the first pick. Now that is something we haven't seen a lot before. I don't see it from anyone in Elysium's match history, in terms of either recent games or like games in general this year. Unless we're counting Reckoning, who has 5 games total. So maybe this is bot. The thing I find most interesting about Brown right now is that he has literally played in all 5 roles. He has played support, bot, mid, jungle, and top lane. And they're all around 50% win rate. This guy is so incredibly versatile for a pillar of flame. And it makes her a very interesting flex pick on B1 that Final Boss have just decided to go, you know what, we're going to pick our own comfort. We're not even going to think about where that's gone. We're going to pick a Sivir for comfort. And we're also going to take a Jax early on, which could potentially be a flex as well, because that is a Sutex special.
Yeah, and I mean, well, Sutex pretty much, at least in solo queue, exclusively play top laners in the jungle, and Jax is one of them, and Sutek obviously plays a decent amount of this champ so far. Sejuani, though, going to be locked in by Elysium on the B2, so you're expecting a few melee solo laners coming in, which Renekton... Stream in Discord, or?
That'd be useful. Okay.
Oh wait, our mics were hot? Wait, hold up.
I think so, but oh well.
Whoop. You guys didn't hear any of that, apparently, but yeah, OBS crashed. We are back, though, and good to go. Apparently, Thresh was a lock-in for Final Boss to complete
Rube
out
special.
Their bottom lane, and yeah, it is in fact a Rube special, and Relix also plays a decent amount of...
Sorry.
Oh, well... I mean, Becca's in-game name is Rube.
I know.
So,
it's
like... Anyway, moving on. More of the bot lanes banned out by the side of Final Bosses. That is the only thing Elysium hasn't picked, assuming the brand doesn't go there. But on the side of Elysium, they're going to target out Ishan's champion pool a little bit more.
Yeah. The mid band's very interesting here. I mean, Final Boss, they're still kind of up in the air as to what's going on. I think mid makes a lot of sense to be taking Hero 4. Keep that flex open. Pretend the Jax can go top for as long as possible. Even if he does or doesn't want to go into the Renekton, may as well just take a mid lane or take nothing. Nothing's a great option as well. I feel like if you take nothing, then the enemy team can't know what you're playing, and that's a really good strategy.
That's the I'm a cutie pie quote, right? It's like if you don't know what I don't know how much we're allowed to say in terms of like quoting that exact quote.
I have no idea.
On that front.
It's Udyr?
It's Udyr. It's Udyr. Ooh.
Okay, everything I just said out the window. Scrap it and then move on. What? Udyr?
Yeah, yeah.
Why?
I could not tell you either way.
Like
jungle,
2 questions,
and then or maybe I mean it's technically flexible.
They're interchangeable now, I guess, in the top side.
Yeah,
but, I mean, it gives you mid counter pick, which is the only thing you were potentially questioning here as Final Boss. You weren't sure what you were going to have as a counter pick, where it was going to be. So it turns out the brand's actually going to be going mid by the looks of all this. Ashe Karma for the bot lane of Elysium. So at least Final Boss get what they were looking for from that perspective. But the mid pool has been somewhat chunked out as well, with, of course, the Game 1 bans of Annie and Ari going away, and then Ryze, Silas. We end up a little bit further down the tier list, and things like the Nivea, like the Cassiopeia, don't feel anywhere near as fun into a brand as they do against those kind of closer range matchups. You do have Sejuani, you do have Renekton, maybe you could justify it, but instead they're going to go towards a Syndra, which at least gives them a better chance in the mid lane itself. But, I mean, now we still got to work out Udyr Jax.
Yeah, Udyr Jax. Into the. I mean, I don't know how Udyr goes into the Renekton matchup.
I'll have a look.
Can't imagine it's. I mean, it might be okay with his like double cast W to deny a decent amount on that front to at least like kind of nullify the lane, maybe. We're getting updates on that front, but on the side of Elysium, while Rue looks up how that matchup actually goes.
It doesn't seem to do much. It seems like in lane it's kind of suffering. If you go Ignite, you have a better chance than if you go TP. Don't go Ghost, and kind of suffer along the way. It doesn't sound like a great matchup overall, especially for the lane. Apparently, you win out the game, but I mean, Ud is a weird champion. You can build basically anything, and it still sort of works. I don't understand.
On the side of Elysium, they've gone for something a little bit more orthodox, and definitely more so in the line of what Elysium typically like to go with that front-to-back composition. They have a very obvious way of playing this game out. Ideally going to be keeping the mid and ADCs alive to just, I mean, as soon as brand presses are, if they're grouped up enough on the side of the enemy team, just regardless of what role you're in, you're going to be doing ridiculous damage.
Absolutely. I mean, that's where brand thrives, right? If you can force those front-to-back engagements where he is still in his effective range, then absolutely. He is going to be doing a whole lot of burning, but I mean, the issue is getting him into the range where he can hop in and out effectively without being, just completely caught on. And I feel that maybe a little bit of a weakness for this comp, because, I mean, sure, you can shield him as a Karma, but there's not much else by ways of protection. And, you should be able to avoid the worst of the death sentences from Thresh with Sejuani Renekton just face tanking. But if you're walking up as the brand to get into your effective range, then you're too close to the Jax. And I feel like that's the point where you can come unstuck. From that point on, very easy to land a Scatter the Weak. You get Chain CC'd and the Sivir should have enough damage that it makes that brand maybe a little less value than it could be otherwise. But, I mean, at that point, you have to rely on everything else as Elysium to try and bring the fight home.
Which they do have an okay amount. To be fair, Renekton doesn't have a negligible amount of damage. Isn't a decent amount, especially if you could find your way onto the likes of the Syndra, especially, maybe not so much Sivir with the spell shield. But I mean, Ashe as well. Again, pretty solid amount of damage. You're not looking to the Ashe to hyper carry in the way that Reckoning eventually did in game 1. There are definitely options for Elysium to play around should the brand be in trouble. On the side of Final Boss, I mean, it is something very similar with this sort of kind of front-to-back style, but I mean, of course, the Udyr, so there's quite a few questions on that front, but I mean, even if you move past that, the Sivir, you start bouncing the boomerangs there, especially start getting items and levels into your W. Syndra, as you mentioned, the Scatter of the Weak on 2 relatively immobile targets, assuming that they aren't sped up by the Karma. Definitely get some pretty good setups as well to be able to just remove someone if that is at all necessary or possible from the side of Final Boss. So we'll see how that one plays out coming into game 2. But for now, I think we're going into the spectator delay. We come back. Final Boss are looking to try to send us through to game 3. Elysium looking to advance to the upper finals with a win here. So we'll see if we have a third one in store or not in just a few moments once we're reloaded on Threat. Don't go anywhere.
fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul
And we've loaded onto the Rift for Game 2. Excuse me.
Damn.
Here, yeah, hey, apparently
whip
I haven't
back in
loaded
game one.
on. Yeah, you know what? Apparently I haven't loaded onto the Rift for Game 2, so we'll have that ready to go. And
I think they must have done a pause thing. While we're here, interesting to
that's
point out
true,
SEK
right.
is back. SEK is back into this
Ooh.
game. That I was wondering if this was happening. SEK is a Jax player. Sutek is a Jax player. So they had that as a flex. They cleaned the news before us. That's a death sentence. Hello. Awkward.
Yeah.
That means that Sutek's been able to get the Jax, the Udi rather, into the jungle, and this is now a much different look on the top side, right? Because now you have Jax into Redecton, which is a lot more of a known quantity, and you also have a Mexican standoff over a red buff.
Sutek moving deep in, but we're
Yes,
spotted
Flash.
out by the ward. As you mentioned, does have flash. Should probably be well. Okay, eventually he uses it. Yeah, and we'll get out of there. Does obviously not feel good about that in terms of losing the flash, but not the end of the world.
No, and it is what it is. You go for a risky invade, and sometimes the rest doesn't pay off. And you go for a risky little hit on someone on the turret, and also sometimes that doesn't pay off there for burst inputs. Still be absolutely fine though come later on, especially because the Jax, the Ashe has no summoners for the next couple of minutes. Means you can be a whole lot more aggressive, especially here with Root alongside. And when you've got minions tanking up mantra Qs like that, you're in a wonderful place.
Yeah, and especially if Reckoning keeps getting hit by the Boomerang Blade as well, Flay will drop Reckoning back and a little bit more.
What? Crazy.
Yeah, this ADC matchup, I mean, Reckoning struggled really early on last time in game one as well, and well, even though Elysium came back and Reckoning was a large part of that, especially towards the end, it's a kind of continuing story here in Game 2, at least from the early game.
Yeah, I mean, some of it is to be said, especially for Game 1 that he's playing a Jinx.
Oh,
He's a much more late-game champion. Oh, Mantra E, what a save.
Yeah.
Back to the previous point, though. Like, so you're playing the Jinx is a lot, later impact champion. Losing the lane phase doesn't feel as bad. As an Ashe, it doesn't feel anywhere near as kind of neutral, right? You are typically looking to dominate lanes, especially Ashe Karma. Like that's a lane that you need to be kind of there or thereabouts in. The fact that you're getting pushed under your turret, losing 2 waves worth of CS already, and now some XP on top of it, without summoners, it's a bad place for Reckoning to be right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you covered it. I mean, was on Jinx last time around, and Jinx did late game Jinx things, but I mean, Ashe does an okay amount of damage, but can't nearly take over in the same. Yeah, it doesn't quite work out on that front. Down 10 CS already, and again, similar to last time around, Buss and Boots and Rude getting a good. Before we get to that, Scout of the Week does find its way onto Mango's. Isolate out a little bit. Dilly eventually Rise gets the Pillar of Flame onto Sutek. Will chunk him low. Mango did have to flash away. So does Dilly, but Sutek might have gone a bit too far forward. And speaking of too far forward, Reckoning alone won't quite get the first blood in the bot lane 2 final boss because it ended up going the way of Dilly onto Sutek. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Reckoning was doing.
Like, did you not get commed that your Karma was walking out to topside to contest the crab? Why are we walking up 1v2? There's no summoners even burnt for final boss. It's not like Rue decided to go and hit a flash hook and you got caught out because you don't have summoners. You just walked up and you decided to take that fight. You died for no reason. You lose yet more in bot. You have to know your support's walking up there. The topside play is lucky that it somewhat counteracts what we just saw in bot. Sutek getting punished there for the second time. First time use the flash, second time taking a death. At least able, for their perspective, to make sure it's only one Scuttle Crab that they end up conceding. But what we just saw in bot lane is unexcusable at this level.
Yeah, and eventually get the recall coming through from the side of Buss and Boots. Luckily, it's not the biggest one ever, but still at the time of said recall, Buss and Boots is around 20 CS up, and this early on.
Look at the item diff, like.
It's hey, the longsword will. He's got the coal too, which again, Buss and Boots also has.
And that's not as bad, to be fair.
But yeah. I mean, a dagger and a glowing moat it's not the biggest.
No, it's not. It's nowhere near as bad now. It's 500 gold spent difference, but it's still a downgrade, especially when you take the more recent base, right? You're still without flash for the next 30 seconds or so. Final boss should have a reasonable read on that timer, right? You know, the 5-minute timer on the flash. You know, it went down about as the first wave hit. Even if you didn't get the exact time, it's coming up about the 6-minute mark. So at this point, you should be saying, okay, right, Ashe has flash up pretty damn soon. So that window opportunity is somewhat closing. But another one's going to be opening up because we're going to hit level 6 as well in advance of when Reckoning is going to, because of how much just pure XP he's missed. And as such, you have, so one window closes, another one opens up.
And the on the hunt gives you so much move speed and way to find an in. But speaking of finding an in, SCK in trouble.
Did not press
will use a leap strike to be able to get away. Doesn't have to use a flash in the process though. Ludicrous burning the ignite as well to try to find that kill. Might try for that dive, and so SKO is in trouble.
Oh, what a hook.
Recalls out. Yeah, what a hook from Rue. I don't know if it'll be enough to find the kill on Reckoning, but the Lantern follow-up will get Buss and Boots within range. It will get the exhaust down, which is now expired. Buss and Boots, though, can't quite find an auto-win onto Reckoning, so despite how dangerous it looked early on, it's a winning trade, but it's not as winning as it initially looked like it could have been.
True. In fact, what's way more winning is what's happening in topside. Final boss is going to be able to trade out the Drake because the Sejuani is still showing, still there, actually on top. Just hit out the bush.
Boy. Yeah, and so SEK will run to the safety of his tower, but not fast enough as the Glacial Prison is dropped. It does land another death sentence from Rue. Oh, some of these hooks from Becca have been absolutely insane. Like those should
This
not.
is why she
like,
loves
like,
Thresh.
My eyes tell me those hooks should not hit, but apparently the hitboxes say otherwise. This is absurd.
I don't know how they hit
Thresh
Reckoning
performance from Becca.
Like, I can see how that would have hit Relics, you know? The fact that that hit Reckoning is insane. As, give me a Scuttle take. What is the brand doing here?
Dilly is hit by the Scout of the Week, is in between Sutek and Ishan, and burnt down. Ishan really wanted to find the kill, and Mango just have to turn away and start farming up his own jungle.
Yeah, and it's just another case of what are we doing there, right? Wrong position, wrong time, caught out. Feels like punishment during the late phase is something Final Boss are really excelling at in this series, and Elysium giving them plenty of opportunities to prove it. It's just a shame that the advantage in game one for them didn't carry over to be able to punish the mid to late game. But maybe they're going to have another opportunity for it this time, because as of yet, they're going to, if things carry on as they are, they're going to have another sizable advantage headed into that kind of mid to late game. Not quite what we saw in game one, where they had, I think, 3 kills pre 5 minutes. But they still find themselves with first Drake in hand, up 1,000 gold, and a lot of that gold lead is through their bot lane, right? Mid is now even CS, 1 kill apiece. Minor difference being the first blood kill for Dilly. The big difference across the whole rift is the half the CS of Reckoning compared to Burst and Poots and the kill. It's just a massive, massive gap that's opening up on the rift, and Final Boss need to be able to show that they can convert through a bot lane lead as opposed to what we saw in game one.
Yep, and SEK getting shown a lot of attention towards this top half of the map. Relics has roamed up to eventually take these grubs for the side of Elysium and threaten SEK a little bit more, putting them even a little bit further behind. Only having those 3 long swords definitely advantage to Ludicrous here early on in the matchup, at least in terms of itemization, and will continue to do so. SEK might even be a little bit of trouble with Mango roaming up. Does have access to the ult, will use it now after the stun comes through, and there's just nothing SEK can do. Completely CC'd to death. And that was all she wrote.
Yeah, he needs to get control of that brush that Sutek just walked through. That's the brush that's killing him right now. There's control within there this whole time. He needs to be able to see what's happening in there, and it hurts a lot to use a ward on Jax, especially when that is a lot of your mobility sometimes, but you have to make sure that Sejuani is not perma-ganking you like she is right now. So Mango is just camping topside, and it's working very well for at least opening up something on the map. It also does mean that bot lane is very much a hellhole for Reckoning, who is now barely gained a CS since we last looked, and Burst and Boots has got another 20. But you're able to get something happening on the other side of the rift at the very least. You're making something work for your team. You just need to be mindful that it might not always be the best option. As this
arrow does land, and Mango is trying to find a gank, but it is a little bit early. Reckoning's gone low. The charge 4 does hit Boots and Poots. The exhaust is dropped, but the hook from Rue onto Reckoning finds the angle. And now Dilly going to be showing up in the bottom lane, but in the gank, in the 3v2, Final Boss come out on top.
Yeah, and the issue is that Mango uses ult on top side, right? Mango is using all of his resources to get Ludicrous strong. He has no resources to spare for the bot side, and it's once again just punishment that they're forced to take. And when you use the resources on top side, and you don't have them for bot side, it feels so much worse, because now you're up against a Yuntal with a Noon Quiver, and it's just not playable as the Ashe right now. You need to have the Glacial Prison there, or you need to have a melee support, right, to be able to proc the Frostbite from Sejuani.
The Dominus will be popped, and these 2 health bars are low in the top lane. SEK goes forward, but not able to find the final damage with the W reset, so it does give the solo kill over to Ludicrous.
Okay. I mean, that's nice. You didn't have to use any resources that time on top side. It's ult for ult. Didn't even have the ignite. So, I mean, now Mango has something to spend elsewhere on the map. But, yeah, I mean, that's just a little bit crazy there from SEK. Couldn't quite find that time. And Dilly is getting
drops the unleashed power. 2-0-0 now for Ishan in the mid lane with that solo kill. Was relatively even in terms of itemization, but in the solo targeting, the Syndra definitely comes out on top and demonstrates it perfectly there.
I feel like Elysium are just not quite understanding like what their limits are in the early games. It feels like so often they are limit testing in things that like they should know are either very possible or not possible at all. Right?
To be fair, Dilly
it's not like the grey areas. Right? It's like as a brand, walking up at half HP into a Syndra who has stun and ultimate, that's just death. Right? As an ADC, walking up 1v2 into a hook champion when your support is on the other side of the map, these are limits that you don't need to test right now. And that's the gold lead for Final Boss. The gold lead is not coming from plays that they have made that are so mechanically impressive, though there have been some of those, don't get it twisted.
I mean, Becca has been.
Absolutely. That's not in question, but like, it's not from those plays that they've actually got the advantage, right? Those hooks, while they've been hitting, they haven't been getting the kills. It's Reckoning walking up, it's resource been spent in the wrong areas that have actually got the advantage for Final Boss. And we're looking up again towards the top side. It's another 3v2, but there's just no threat. And all
Especially
the time, bot lane is
Sutek
bleeding.
Around. And talking about bleeding, another hook finds its way onto Reckoning, chunking him really low. Luckily, the wave had been killed off, so the die follow-up not going to be available for Final Boss's bot lane, but it's certainly showing up in the farm department. 60 CS up at 13 minutes is astronomical for Final Boss.
Make that 70 as well. Another wave just eaten in milliseconds by Buss and Poots. Shouldn't be as much threat of the dive here because the Sejuani's in the air.
Another hook from Becca onto Relics. Gets out the flash. Won't quite find the kill, but...
What? Mango's not even close. Mango used ultimate topside. So when he resets and goes to Krugs, he's clearing up towards top again. And he has no threat. They are not scared of bot right now, and they can still make plays on top.
Side, Ludacris will slice and dice away. Sutek will flash the follow-up, won't be able to get the stun in the process, but a trade of flashes between the jungle and top lane of Final Boss and Elysium, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, that's lovely for SEK, if nothing else, right? That gives him some breathing room. You probably shouldn't be looking to try and kill under the turret, especially with Dominus and Ignite for Ludacris, but back to the previous point, it's Mango could have been in the area, but it wouldn't have done much when he doesn't have ultimate. We realized that from the previous plays in Sejuani, so I respect him for not trying to make something happen where it isn't possible, but it does mean that his bot lane is just being sold down the river once more. You can see how much they're struggling to just exist right now as a lane, right? They are constantly getting 1 CS for every 2 that the Sivir gets. They've also lost their tower pre-15 minutes. That doesn't happen much anymore. That happens in Caitlyn lanes and not really anywhere else.
Yeah, and especially not Sivir lanes. But Buss and Poots, 150 CS at 15 minutes, farming up perfectly. Reckoning, really, I mean, it's a Yuntal's and a BF sword into a Noon Quiver and a pickaxe. It's not great, but we've had a slight delay on our end from the feed, but as soon as we come back, Dilly has been removed from the map. Ishan picking up his 3rd kill of the game.
Yeah, I think that was an issue on our end, not an issue for the stream. They got to see that perfectly, and they got to see a beautiful engage found by Ishan, just punishing Dilly on another time where the brand is not allowed to be there. And this is why it's such a potent counterpick, right? Because you waited all this time to work out where the brand was going, so you could find a matchup something like this. It didn't always have to be in mid lane, but it got presented to you as a mid lane matchup, and it's working out very well for Ishan. A 3rd kill overall. The 1 kill that Dilly got, not really Ishan's fault either. His jungler being a little bit too eager in the early game to stat check as an Udyr. I get it. It's Udyr. You want to stat check people. But just a little bit over exuberant, as I said before. But I mean, now you're punishing 3 times in a row, and that punishment is just going to continue, right? Throughout the rest of this game, in the side lane, isolated 1v1s, the Syndra is going to dominate. 2v1s, we can talk another story, but team fights as well, it's difficult for the Rams to really get value.
Out from SEK to try to set up Sutek, who is arriving. Dominus popped early.
The arrow.
Tentacles arrow does find its way onto the Jax. A full 3.5 second stun won't be enough to keep Ludacris alive. SEK picks up that kill. And now once again in the bot lane, Dilly going to flash away from the queue. of Ishan, so we won't quite die, but the continuing story of Ishan, or I guess not even really Ishan into Dilly, more so like Brandon to Syndra in a 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can associate names with it if we want to, but it is a lot more champion-based, and it's a great counter pick for that reason by Final Boss. But at the same time, you also have to be able to execute on that, right? It's all well and good having a counter pick, but there are times where Mel's losing to Ari, right? There are times where disgusting Veins lose into Scions, right? It happens for a reason, and players have to be able to capitalize on it as well. Ishan now has a small window where he's going to have flash advantage in about 2 minutes or so over Dilly. And we saw what happened before where he didn't even have flash advantage. He just flashed, Dilly didn't. And it was effectively a solo kill on mid that I think technically had an assist applied to it, courtesy of maybe like an on the hunt or something. It's very, very dangerous for this brand to try and stick around, as that went a little wide.
That went quite wide, but Swift Herald was acquired by Elysium earlier, and they will
drive into the tier 2.
Is it up to the top lane, and yeah, we'll get 2 charges, and with objective bounties up, that will.
They first charge it into the tier 2, but they're losing so many people
Before
top.
we get to that, Dilly in trouble. Rue just autoing away. Buss and Poots, it's a little bit too far away to eventually secure the kill onto Dilly. So
you're showing so many people top, so you can't walk up mid. This is crazy. They know this. These guys are good players. They know these things.
And Rue hits another hook on top of that. Reckoning once again stepping too far forward into Buss and Poots and Becca, who have given themselves such an astronomical lead. We might even... I don't think we're going to see a Flame Horizon pre-20 minutes, but I mean, because we're only a minute and a half away, but we're awfully close.
I mean, we're approaching game 1 territory again. Right, and it's gonna be Elysium hoping for another Hail Mary-like attempt to somehow go their way.
Yeah,
I'm so confused as to why Elysium are doing half the things they're doing. They know better. I can categorically tell you, these guys know better than to make the plays that they're making. Walking up at mid-wave, right, when you're showing 2 people top, right? You're showing your top laner and your jungle on the top tier 2. You're taking the top tier 2. That is your play on the map. That means that at best you have 3 people mid. And you are up against what could be Jax, who's trying to defend top. You could be up against everyone else. Walking up is just not something you're allowed to do. And they are doing it. And they're getting very well punished by Final Boss, who keep finding angles because at least
on top of that, we were talking about how it looked similar to game 1 in terms of the advantage that Final Boss has gotten for themselves. I think it's a little bit different between games 1 and 2 is that Final Boss's composition fell off with what they had in it. They scale on the side of Final Boss this time around, so the angles back in for Elysium, they're not nearly quite as there as they had in game 1, despite technically the gold deficit not being as big. I feel like the effect of what has been drafted makes it almost feel even more so than what it was in game 1.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Final Boss know what happened in game 1, and they can correct them as well, right? They're not likely to make the same mistake twice. They very well might. It's still definitely within the realm of possibility, but maybe they don't even think of pressuring this Baron as early as they did in game 1. They don't think of cracking the base as early as they did in game 1. They stick to their fundamentals. They have such a clear win condition right now, which is to play towards the Drake spawning in 2 minutes' time. To Hex Tech Soul with a Sivir. Need I say more than having that as your win condition?
Oh yeah. That just to add even more troubles for Elysium to deal with, possibly even more troubles. Yeah,
that's a trouble.
The
flash.
Anyway, Mango going to flash away over the wall to try to escape. On the hunt, used by Buss and Poots, and Udyr runs really fast. Will close down onto Relics. A little bit of a split decision in terms of targeting, but the hook again from Becca. Her hooks this game have been just some of the best we've ever seen.
They always are.
Oh my god! What are you? Oh my goodness! That is okay. I mean, we don't even need that. Just like in the game, right? That wow, Becca, what a.
I mean, she's earned it, right? She's earning these plays. Now you can look Baron. right now you could definitely take this objective. Before, it was a little bit sketchy, but I mean, when you get 3 picks, courtesy of SEK finding a great timer on top lane, also getting the flash out of Ludacris just as he died, not going to feel great there for the Renekton. Mango and Reckoning getting hit by some disgusting mechanics, courtesy of Becca. Now, plenty of time to take the Baron. You can take bot tier 2 as well, since that seems to be there for Ishan. And then you can still get out and reset before this Drake spawns. Ishan's looking to take this isolated 1v1. This is a bit dangerous.
It's not isolated. It's not an isolated 1v1. Relics and Mango have arrived. The ult's not available to Mango, so the Gather Week sends Relics away, and
still safe.
Well, looked really dangerous, but without the Glacial Prison, there's no lockdown to actually secure the kill onto Ishan. They do get the flash, though.
And how important is this ult time proving to be this game? Like, every time it feels like Mango's used it on the top side of the map, he hasn't had it from the next play that's impacted something happening on the bot side. This time, it evolves the mid laners instead, but it's the exact same location, the exact same problem. That cooldown is just so punishing, and that is basically the engage for Elysium, right? When the team fights start happening, which we would imagine will be soon, it might be somewhat less of a quantity, but for now, it feels like every single time it's needed, it's on cooldown, because it's been used in the previous play to try and either help out Ludacris in his lane or to try and aid an escape.
The first one to walk forward, and another hook from Becca from out of vision. Won't quite secure the kill, but it will get the Hex Tech Drake and the Soul to the side. I mean, Bruce hitting all these hooks, all while Mayo getting burned down, but it will allow a way in for Sutek with the Lantern. Will die in the process, does technically give a shutdown over to Dillian. Actually might give to Sutek's burning down from the passive of the Brand, but the Triumph proc keeps Udyr alive. Sutek will get out of there. Even though Rue finally gets killed, they get a lot more for it.
It's just misery for Elysium now. And this is a very different situation to what we saw in Game 1, purely because the Soul has finally been claimed, right? In Game 1, it was the Soul being delayed, and delayed fights happening where they didn't need to. This time, it is a lot more clinical, and still, through all of that, Ishan can do things like that to Dilly, where he's suddenly half HP. He's going to get tagged out by the slow of the Glacial Organ, but not going to get anything extra. The portal may be enough for Ludacris to try and get onto him, but no flash. Means that the Syndrome may still have an escape
here. The week should be back up soon.
Well, okay.
The Unleashed Power not going to hit Relics and the Enchanted Crystal Hero.
He Unleashed Power Mango.
Yeah, that was... I
think he missed it. I think he went for a different target, and unfortunate.
Yeah, I was definitely looking at Dilly with how low that health bar was, but they were basically standing on top of each other. And really, to be fair, that's about the first misplay we've truly seen from Ishan this whole entire game. So I feel like you could be allowed that one misclick as a little treat. No.
It does somewhat end off this Baron push in a little bit of a sour note. Still going to be 5 final boss, right? They've got most of the things they wanted. They got the bot tier 2 down. The mid tier 3 is gone, but without the inhib being taken, they can now look to siege on top if they want to, or they can just play passively, maintain this level of advantage towards the next fight around either this Baron spawning in 3 or the Elder in 4, and that should be enough for them at this point. If they want to go very aggressive, then they can, but it's a high-risk strategy. I feel like right now, with where your items are as well, you can just wait. Right? Ishan is close to his Rabadons. You got Bus and Poots close to his 4th item of crit, going to go either LDR or Mortal Reminder. Might go the anti-heal, who knows? But you just wait for these items at this point, and the game will come to you. You don't need to force anything. You've done the hard work. And this is where we need to deviate from what we saw in Game 1 as final boss. We need to turn things around from the negative we had to then turn it into a positive experience, a learning experience, where we don't make the same mistake twice.
Spell Shield going to be canceling out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Boots goes on the hunt, will flash away. Ludacris finds a way in onto the Sivir. The Glacial Person does land, but a good hook from Rue will slow down Ludacris, and the teleports finally come through. Bus and Poots picks up his 3rd of the game. SEK getting the 2nd for the side of final boss, and Elysium are in full retreat. Another hook from Becca will ensure that Mango doesn't get away, even though they likely weren't getting away anyway. 4 kills go unanswered to the side of final boss. it turns out they don't really need to wait because Dilly's the only one left alive. Hey, I mean, it's a shutdown on to Sutek just as a little treat at the end for Elysium as a consolation prize. But the game is completely over. Game 2, absolutely clinical from Final Boss.
Yeah, and they don't repeat the same thing twice, right? They learn from game 1. Most importantly, when you have an experience like game 1, it will test you as a team. To be able to bounce back and then have such a solid performance we saw here in game 2 is a very positive sign, especially for a 4 seed looking to upset the 1 seed that everyone has said coming into this should be looking to take down the whole of Blue Otter Premier. They lost, bear in mind, Elysium lost 1 series in the regular season, and it was to some very worthy opposition. On the final day of the season, they beat the team that everyone's saying has been second place the whole way through. So that's kind of the opposition you're up against right now as Final Boss. And honestly, there's a world where you could have won this 2-0.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you're talking about the mental fortitude as well from Final Boss to be able to come back into that one. It was one that going into game 2, I almost in my head kind of had it as a slight write-off because that was, I mean, team was such a tilter, and yet now here they are. They had the scaling advantage as well. They took an early lead and they didn't look back. 31,000 damage from Bus and Poots as well on the server. I mean, you'd kind of expect it with how fed he got early on. But I mean, Becca as well with those hooks, that's absolutely insane. It's just completely controlled. SEK, even though it struggled early on, that was mostly from being weak side and being targeted. And to be fair, survived that out, pretty comfortably, despite a few hiccups there. And so, yeah. I mean, Final Boss. It's a bit early to call them the final bosses of the Blue Otter Premier League, but after those 2 performances, especially game 2, I mean, obviously they need to close it out in game 3. We could be very easily saying something else in 20 minutes time, but right now, final bosses of the league?
Could well be. I mean, at this rate, if they're going to put out performances like this against Elysium, then maybe what we just have to call them, though, still going to win 1 more game if they want to claim that crown for the time being and send Elysium down to the lower bracket. That game will be very shortly, and we'll be back after a short little break, and we'll be ready for that Game 3 draft after this.
And so we are back for the final game of this first series In the Blue Water Premier League upper semifinals, Elysium and Final Boss are level coming into this final one. But Final Boss, coming in as the 4th seed, they had a really slow start to the season, but we said they've been ramping up. There are arguments that the teams that they beat at the end of the Blue Water Premier League season were some of the weaker teams, but now getting tested up against Elysium, it seems like Elysium so far, Rue, has been the ones getting tested by Final Boss.
100%. And they're going to be tested once more, as I'm going to assume from these bans that we have once again switched sides, with Final Boss likely being put onto blue. Elysium, I assume, moving onto red. We'll get that sorted out and confirmed in a second, but if that is the case, then that'll be another hook champion for a certain someone who has been hitting a fair few hooks tonight.
I mean, not only have Becca's hooks been hitting, they've been hitting in the most flashy way possible, straight up styled on Elysium there in game 2. I mean, to be fair, Final Boss in general did that, but I mean, if we're talking about okay, wait, hold on. So Final Boss stomped Elysium in game 2, but Becca styled on them as the classification, as we do get the confirmation that it is a swap of sides once again. Elysium, though, going to follow it up with the Jin Maokai as a response.
Yeah, Jin, I'm not always a fan of. I think, especially into a Nautilus, you can already imagine how much tankier Final Boss could potentially get. Pairing it with a Maokai is very interesting to me. It doesn't say if it's going support or if it's going jungle. It leaves you a little bit open to the whims of the players. I think that's a lot more useful here. I think if you want them as a pairing, completely fine, but you're probably going to get somewhat dominated by this Nautilus Varus, especially with how bot lane has been going thus far in the series. Taking it jungle as well, definitely an option that you can leave for later on in the draft, as Final Boss can take a Victor mid as well.
Yep, Ishan does like to play this champ quite a bit, so getting comfort in a decisive game 3 is particularly important, and also scales a lot. We know Final Boss has seemingly been able to get leads regardless of what their picks have been, so getting that extra late game insurance from the Victor, specifically Ishan's Victor, going to feel nice for them. But on the side of Elysium, we were talking about potential flex of the Maokai into the jungle. We'll very likely not get it now with Nocturne as their R3 pick.
Yeah, Nocturne's an interesting one, just instantly breaking the flex. You talk about the ability to hold onto that, and how powerful flexes can sometimes be, and making sure that Final Boss are less certain as to what they have to ban away, right? If you take mid here, for example, then they don't want to ban away jungle or support because that Maokai could be going either. Then they have to focus on top as the only lane that they can guarantee they're going to have their bans be effective. Now, they can just ban solo lanes. They can protect this Victor if it's required. Not that Victor especially needs many bans because it's Victor, but if they want to, if this was a different mid lane, for example, then they could protect it a lot more with these bans here. Then again, they probably would have picked something into it, so that point's somewhat irrelevant, but all the same, just the spell of flex on 3 there is very interesting.
So Elysium going through the second round of bans, going to be taking away the Set and the Scion, both very much SCK picks, especially the Set. Definitely throw a few surprises in, and if you're wanting to lock in the Ornn, that's certainly one way to go about it.
Yeah, I mean, two of the things that do actually make Ornn struggle, which there aren't many of, so fair enough for that. But interesting to see there, just again, not having as much value on this counter pick as selecting red side would typically suggest, especially since in game 2 in particular, they played so much for their top lane, right? To now move away from playing towards top when you have the opportunity to counter pick is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, and so Cassante, the choice for Final Boss, 2 tanks up in the top lane. Won't be seeing too much action out of them. As you mentioned, this does leave the mid counter pick open for Elysium, but I kind of a little bit worried from Elysium early on, because regardless of what they pick for themselves on the R5, they're really lacking a lot of damage, Drew.
Orianna is open.
It is open.
That's
the knock wave is there.
I feel like if you're going to do anything, that's the simplest option. Whether Dilly plays it or not is maybe a different factor, because this is, I would say, it's a sub mid laner coming in tonight. and Dilly is known for playing ADCs. Dilly is known for playing in bot lane.
That is one that is played in the bot lane quite a bit.
Yeah. And now the question of damage can potentially be leveled once more, because especially playing as a Ziggs, you have a tough time dealing damage to the backline because the front line tanks it up. You've got Cassante, Zarya, Nautilus in your face, and doubling up now on the damage issues. The fact that you had a Jhin from before, which doesn't feel great for cutting through these beefier targets. Now you have a lot of champs that are happy to face tank, make sure the Victor and Varus are able to stay healthy. Elysium, they're going to have to use their top jungle to really be able to get through with the CC, and then hopefully for them allow themselves a couple of different avenues to get some bouncing bombs into the backline. Maybe land Deadly Flourish, get the curtains called. Because otherwise, I feel like Final Boss should be able to look front to back, even into an Ornn, and say, we'll be fine.
I feel like even if you do get a few bombs thrown past the front line of Final Boss, Victor and Varus have so much range that they'll have plenty of time to just simply sidestep it. It's a relatively slow-moving projectile that at max range, it's relatively easy to dodge. Even though Victor and Varus not necessarily the most mobile champions, but you give them like 3 seconds, they'll eventually walk out of the way. And given that, I mean, late game Ziggs, I've definitely seen a few Mega Inferno bombs from full health that do insane amounts of damage. So, you can't block that. So perhaps an early drop of that onto a Varus or Victor could potentially dissuade Final Boss from even fighting in the first place. But outside of that, yeah, I've got to be on the same page with you. I'm not entirely sure how Elysium are going to manage to be able to play out these fights.
Yeah, but I'm also scared for Elysium based off of what we've seen so far in the series, their ability to get to the fights. Right? As brutal as that sounds, game 1, they were able to win them, but the fact that they got to the position where they had winnable fights wasn't all down to them. Game 2,
yeah,
it wasn't up to them at all, right? It was just taken out of their hands by Final Boss, and some of the early game decision making that is very difficult to change mid-series, right? These, I'd say like macro misplays from Elysium are things that are very difficult to identify mid-series and really lock in on, especially with how fast we've been going between our games, because we do have another best 3 after this. So to be able to bounce from that into then playing in this game where it's not tournament life on the line, but it is the prospect of having a massive lower bracket run to go up against. It presents a very interesting dilemma here for Elysium, and it all comes down to their ability to crack down on these early game misplays.
Well, clearly, we're not very bullish on Elysium's draft here, and are a bit concerned about how things might go for them. They have every chance to prove at least us wrong here as the casters for this series, to avoid getting sent to that said lower bracket run and keeping their title as the first seed, or not necessarily living up to their title as the first seed. But we'll see how they manage to play that out in game 3 after the short spectator legs. We will send it to that, but we'll be on the Rift when you see us next in a few moments, so don't go anywhere. And
This is interesting.
there it is.
go.
Okay, there we go. Because like obviously the default statement from when we get into game is we've loaded onto the Rift, but for a second I was like, oh wait a second, no we haven't. But it turns out, in fact, we have, and so we're ready to go for game 3 up against Elysium and Final Boss, who we knew a Final Boss had been scaling into the season, Rue, and the fact that the way they've done it so far here in this series, it's not like this. Not at least in terms of expectations coming into it.
Yeah, not quite, as that was very close once more from Becca. Interesting, just to see Gen players and how they want to trade in the lane. Reckoning instantly going for a 4-shot there on a minion, just ignoring the early trades in that regard. He's going to 4-shot Becca the second time round, but it means that they may be missing out on the level 2 now as a result, as it's going to be relatively even, but this now favors the Nautilus.
Yeah, and goes in first. Relic's taking quite low. The Ignite dropped, and the piercing arrow hits the mark. First blood goes away with Buss and Poots. Reckoning going to have to flash away as well. Final Boss's bot lane have been running things in the early game all series, and they don't slow down here in game 3.
They're doing such a good job of just punishing knowledge checks. And I have to commend them for it. They are they're on top of it every single time. Interesting to point out, Mango has done some sneakiness in his jungle path thing, starting on enemy blue, moving up to his red, missing Krugs, which was spotted there by SCK. We saw him putting the ward down. So he sees that Krugs haven't been taken, but Mango is going to do kind of a 3-camp clear, a 3-buff clear rather, as he goes around the rift. Looks like Sutek's just realized his blue buff's been stolen. Can go find those Krugs though in his own time, so it should be relatively even, just that extra buff in exchange. But back down to bot. An amazing play once more from Becca and Buss and Boots, finding that time to once more abuse the bot lane from Elysium. But it feels like we're just finding other gaps in knowledge. It shouldn't be so possible.
And speaking of junglers, Sutek arriving in the top lane, Mango on the opposite side, Ludicrous consigns himself to his fate, actually flashes down towards the river. It's a pretty, creative one, but, not nearly enough. Trade of flashes, jungle and top lane, Ludicrous eventually goes down. 2 kills to Final Boss once again. Similar to game 1, go unanswered by Elysium.
Yeah. And, there's not much else to say from that. It's just, yep. Unanswered kills. They tried in mid, but Ishan doesn't even have to burn their flash. It is just safe. Against the Maokai, you don't have to worry about it. The Nocturne was clearing the bot crab, so it wasn't quite there in time for the play. Even if they were, probably don't have the CC, and it's the lack of CC compared to the abundance of it that is so far dooming Elysium. Becca's involvement has been massive, and then they don't even need her in the top lane, right? They have Zahen, which has more than enough with Xante alongside. The Q3 into the pullback means that the Ornn had no chance to escape this time around, even though they did trade flashes with the jungler. It also means that SEK can, once he's taken that TP back, look to be even more aggressive once more, because now when level 6 is reached, he has flash advantage.
Follow up from Alex going back in on Saru despite the hook landing. Will have to flash away on the option to go forward there. So furthermore, in the bot lane, this 2v2, it's just been a skill difference between Buss and Poots and Arua over Reckoning and Relics, at least in these early games.
Yeah, it's not been as close as we'd like to see in a series such as this. It's not been as... If you were to say, coming into a series like this, we have the 1 seed up against the 4 seed, who's going to have an undescribable bot diff in all 3 games? You'd be hard-pressed to typically say the 4 seed, but I think we got the Diablo of Blue Water
Blue Water
right
Premier.
Like, it's not just that, to be fair. A lot going on support as well, right? Becca feels like so far throughout the series, outmaneuvering Relics and finding avenues that no one really sees to be possible, and just consistently converting upon them. It's just been an outplay through bot this whole time that's been very difficult to mitigate as Elysium. And now Ludicrous
I
getting
mean-
zoned off his way as well.
And if we're calling Bus and Poots the Diablo of Blue Water Premier, I think Rue, to be fair, I especially after game 2, could probably be called the carry of Blue Water Premier as well, because I mean, I think we're singing their praises so much, but so far, you know, Elysium are the first to the Drake. It's not quite down just yet. There is a pinch coming through. There's not much of a commit to either side. Rue goes forward. Mega Inferno Bomb finds the sweet spot onto Sutek and does get that kill, but the damage now comes eventually onto Reckoning. Rue one finding that. Ishan going to flee away to Bus and Poots and Relics, and the help of the Honey Fruit keeps the mid laner of Final Boss alive. Somehow, some way, Ishan gets out and Final Boss pull off the Dragon Heist and go up 5-1 and kills 2.5k gold up at 6.5 minutes. Rue, this is an absolutely comprehensive performance from Final Boss in this series.
Yeah, and it's once more the bot lane. They contest in a very haphazard fashion. They don't have the control they have had around these early Drakes throughout the season, throughout the series, but it works anyway, right? They turn up from top and from bot of the river, and it just works. They find the correct avenue, they toe the line, and they make it work. They get the fight they wanted, they get the Drake on top of everything else, and I'll be honest, if Becca had, I reckon, 20 more mana, then Dilly was also dead. I think they were very close to going for a flash hook, and they would have had the kill threat. Dilly, using flash at the start of the play, wouldn't have had it to respond. And it's little more than a small mana difference that saves yet another member of Elysium. They find themselves down 5-1 already after 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, and even if it did come through, I didn't just say it saved. Hold on, yep, Chains of Corruption is available for Bus and Poots at that level 6. Reckoning burning down with the Ignite. Will it be enough? It is! Rue picks up her second of the game and sets up Bus and Poots for his third. And so this bot lane of Final Boss, I mean, I was calling them coming into the series maybe a top 4 or top 3 bot lane. At this point, considering Monkeys' bot lane is really good, I don't want to say the best bot lane, but I mean, maybe got to say it's top 2 for sure. That being said, Dilly will eventually land the final kill blow onto Ishan, does pick up a shutdown, so we'll get some gold to the mid lane.
Yeah, so close. Ishan put in a very difficult situation there. Victor without flash, a very vulnerable target, just getting ulted on there. Paranoia getting his first use very nicely there by Mango, and gets value where Nocturne absolutely needed to find it. But I want to go back down to that bot play because this has been a theme of this series. But did you notice that was a level 6 Bus and Poots up against level 5 Jin Maokai?
Yeah.
And yet the Jin Maokai are walking up looking to take the fight.
Yeah, this is indeed a fact of the matter, and especially level 6, the power spike from the Varus is so strong. I mean, obviously the snare from the Chains of Corruption, but the fact it also gives you full blight stacks as well to set up a ridiculous amount of damage when you have a BF sword in play. Flash forward from Rue, finds the hook onto Reckoning. Relics with the counter engage does slow things down. Mango has arrived. The Deadly Flourish does find its way onto the ADC of Final Boss. Bus and Poots going to have to flash away. Rue now going to be feared, taking down to half HP. The curtain will be called. Rue going down in short order, going to be slowed up by the kill as well. 2 shutdowns go the way of Reckoning. And so there is life for the bot lane of Elysium off of Mango's gank, but because Mango showed bot, we're going to go straight to the top side. Sutek knows there's a number advantage. Ludicrous in trouble and has nowhere to go. Nothing needs to be spent by any of the members of Final Boss, and Ludicrous knew he was already dead, does not flash away.
Yeah, I mean, Sutek did flash into that play, which I found a little bit interesting.
Oh, wait, yeah, I did. Shoot.
Yeah, it just looked like an extra dash. Like, in that situation, I feel like Grim Deliverance is a similar level of gap close. Maybe it provides enough time for Ludicrous to try and escape, but who knows? That's an optimistic paranoia. Maybe
SCK. Well, you got the flash out of SCK at the very least. Mango is 2 levels down. Relics is arriving, and with the Mega Inferno Bond from the top side, Nature's Grasp will inevitably hit its way onto SCK. Mango going to find the shutdown onto the top laner of Final Boss. So despite how things had gone in this early game for Final Boss, Elysium, they're fighting back.
They are indeed. And I mean, the small potential issue is that a lot of the gold is now onto this Nocturne, which is a blessing and a curse, right? Nocturne getting strong, very good for Nocturne. Can be good for the rest of your team, but it can also be quite difficult to capitalize upon that, right? Once everyone else gets a little bit stronger late game, once Bus and Poots gets a couple more items under their belt, once there's a little more protection as well when the Paranoia comes through, one spell shield is not going to be enough to keep this Nocturne alive, and they're either going to need to have 2 items on everyone, or they're going to need to find a way to spread the gold around from these ganks.
We'll see if they can be able to do. Mango certainly in a position to do so once this Paranoia comes off cooldown. It is about 3/4 of the way done. It will not quite come up at the same exact time as the Drake will do, since it is spawning now. But there's still a few seconds for it to cool down. We're taking an eye on that said cooldown. It is expired, so yeah, it will be up and available should there be a fight around the Drake, though. Through the poking and prodding and posturing, there's a lot more vision to the side of Final Boss. But can they capitalize on it? Chains of Corruption will find the mark. The
Spell Shield.
Spell Shield is just a bit too late, and the subsequent auto attacks from Rue doesn't matter. That it comes through. Sutek brings the Grim Deliverance onto Reckoning, securing the kill. Another hook goes forward by Rue. Puss in Boots tanks too many tower shots. Not quite juggling the tower aggro correctly from the side of Final Boss, but they do trade up in kills 2 for 1, and the Drake is also available for them.
I think he got creep locked. He was trying to run away from the turret and he just couldn't quite walk. I think he may have been getting creep locked. Couldn't quite see it properly. But it does mean there is a silver lining.
Before we get to that, SCK does take a tower shot. Ludicrous is very low. The all-out does end, though I don't think we'll get too much on that front. It was looking dangerous for Ludicrous, but we'll resume as you were, Rue.
Yeah, I kind of got confused. There was a mini contest in the bot side as well. Relic's poking his head in. Just, I feel like at that point in the Maokai, just take your base. All in the top lane a little bit different. You want to try and catch that wave, makes a lot of sense. But having to use the ultimate, invest the ultimate, that's the one I was looking for, invest. Doesn't feel great. But also now 3 plates as well. And something that Final Boss has been doing a really good job of this whole series is not just been the kills. It's not just been the minion kills. It's also been the turret kills. They've been doing a really good job of so far. As it's 4 plates taken in bot. It's 3 plates taken in top. I think mid lane's looking the healthiest, and there's already 2 off that one as well. There's nowhere safe right now for Elysium, and the gold just keeps on piling in. Final Boss at a slightly higher rate. They turn.
Flash forward from Mango to ensure that the fear lands onto Ishan. Bus and Poots is here, does land the Chains of Corruption. Piercing Arrow gets the Blight Sax, takes Mango low.
Yes.
The Satchel Charge will get the ADC away, but Sutek with the Grim Deliverance will follow through, find the kill onto Mango. We were looking towards this Nocturne to spread that gold around the map, but it hasn't worked out just yet, especially after that play.
Yeah, and it's just a tad over eager this time from Mango, not quite realizing how much backup there was, and then using the spell shield early as well means that when Bus and Boots is there, doesn't have to worry about being spell shielded, can just pop the ultimate with 0 threat of that being blocked, and then he turns up, does the job, backs away, and then carries on with their day. Shan does have to be a little bit careful still though, walking up this far, having used Flash in that play. Respecting the kill threat that Dilly has means that he will somewhat back away and then take his base.
Yeah, but he'll be fine, He won't lose out too much on that front, especially if they are on not quite on a cannon wave, and actually his recall was canceled, so might actually be in a little bit of trouble. Dilly,
especially with his ultimate soon.
Yeah. Hold on, before we get to that, Reckoning, the target of the depth charge, but this bot lane of Final Boss do not know that Mango has arrived. Relic's gone low, will get traded around. Oh, I mean, it just needed more patience from Reckoning and Relic's. Mango was full health. Bus and Poots had none, but instead they give 2 kills over to the bot laner of Final Boss.
It was really good patience until the Nocturne didn't press Paranoia. And then they didn't have the ultimate. And then they didn't have the damage either. They kind of, it feels like Mango just kind of assumed that the Varus was dead no matter what, and then moved on to just killing Rue to finish off the play. But in actuality, that could not have been further from the truth. Held on to the ultimate the whole time, gets it still doesn't use it. So I mean, you have the ability to use it in a different play in the next minute or so to try and make up for it. But it was off cooldown this whole time, and not using it there, giving Bus and Poots 2 kills where it should have been 0 is kind of crazy. And what is also kind of crazy is what this Varus is building with all that extra gold. I do not like crit Varus.
Yeah, and it's even a different crit Varus than what we saw the first time around. If you remember back to what was it, like week 3 or whatever, we saw.
I remember Hex Optic second, which it looks like that's what this is, but
which is actually apparently, as we've gone more on throughout this season, seem to be more and more standard, and which could definitely be the choice. But hold on, the tower does go down. Chains of Corruption does land. Just don't quite have the burst on Dilly just yet, and there is in fact a lot of damage from Dilly with the magic pin boots at tier 3, as well as the loot-ins. But well, we will get the paranoia this time around, and it does secure the kill for Mango.
Yeah, now this is somewhat a reverse of what we were talking about before. It feels like Final Boss have had a very good understanding in the early game of what they're allowed to get away with and what they're not. This is another kill on the top side. They can show that Ludicrous is not allowed to get away with walking up that far in top. They're able to punish the overall timers with getting the Rift Herald, but as the Varus in this situation, you have to know that you're getting the Rift Herald. You have to know that your jungle is invested in getting that Rift Herald down. You have to know that your mid lane and your support are also invested in A, helping out the objective, and B, looking to then push through mid afterwards. Being isolated on bot and still looking for the fight with Dilly shows a little bit of ignorance there, and a very good punish from Elysium to get that kill, but it's still not great overall.
We were talking about the itemization from Bus and Poots. I did not
That's an
have,
option.
I mean, shield bow.
It's crit.
I don't know. It is crit. This is true. I'm personally not so sure. Paranoia will be dropped by Mango. It does. And well, you know, we're going to say that's what dissuaded Mango from going in on Bus and Poots there after the cast of the Paranoia.
He's got shield bow, clearly.
Yeah, this is exactly the thought process. So actually,
hello, Dilly.
I'm incorrect. Dilly flashes away, but the follow-up from Sutek, in fact, is disgusting. There, and so an isolated Dilly gets claimed by the jungler of Final Boss at an important time, especially since the third Drake is up and available. Soul points will once again go to Final Boss after the first 3 Drakes.
That was beautiful from Sutek. The just timing of the Grim Deliverance could not have been more perfect. Manages to perfectly avoid that satchel charge that would have knocked him way back. Goes unstoppable, flies into the air, lands straight on Dilly's head, matches flashes, and finds that lovely solo kill in the bot side, opening up that Drake, as you said, and puts them on yet another timer for an early soul. It feels like Elysium have been chasing dragons this whole series, right? Game 1, it was 3-0. Game 2, it was 4-0. Game 3, it's 3-0 once more. They are unable to get any comfort right now, right? Elysium always on the back foot, and they're there once more, down 6k gold, and it's not a Jinx squad, right? It's not a squad that can live with a gold disadvantage. They are a team this time that needs to be in the game a little bit more. The Nocturne certainly is. The Ornn doesn't really care, but Jhin from behind, Ziggs from behind.
Oh yeah. I think Ziggs eventually get around like 3 or 4 items if he can hit a mark onto. Well, before we get to that, I was going to say Ishan, but Ishan finds his way on Dilly, does find the kill. Mango does show up with the Paranoid to be able to trade it back 1-for-1 at the very least. But again, Dilly, we're talking about how suboptimal it is for the Ziggs, and that just a little bit of a demonstration of it there. But as you mentioned, good flash from Reckoning away from the Chains of Corruption. Horden has strangled the side of Elysium into this this choke point here, and so Bus and Poots goes down very soon. Reckoning had called the curtain, did enough damage, and so a lot of the damage from the side of Final Boss is gone. SEK and Sutek are pushing forward to try to chase it back around. Relics is in their eyes, but instead they go forward, trying on to Reckoning. Relics finally going down by Sutek. They turn it over to him. It's a good pullback from Sutek, going to be the one to find the kill as well. Ludicrous not quite being able to kill Rue. It was so low. Ludicrous lives forever. Triple kill for Sutek, but it buys a lot of time for Dilly and Mango to arrive. Teleport from Ishon does want to come back through. Q2 of the Zahin finds a kill, and because he's got the revive as his passive comes back, doesn't matter that his health bar is completely removed. Sutek's feeling fine. Final Boss are feeling euphoric at this point. 8k gold up at 21 minutes. It's not the biggest lead we've seen from them in this series at 21 minutes, but is very sizable.
It absolutely is. This time, they're going to have a go at the Baron once more. It's not quite as free as it was in Game 2, but with Mango walking out towards bot side, it seems that it may just be given over anyway. That fight was absolutely smurfed by Sutek. He sees the Ornn coming in and gets straight onto him, knocks him up so that he can't cast R2. If that had been there for Elysium, their engage would have been so much stronger. They would have had so much extra damage and CC. The brittle procs on Ornn's ultimate are absolutely disgusting, but it's completely denied. And then he goes on after that to get a triple kill as well. He just based from having a Triforce plus components to having 3 full items.
8, 1, and 3 on Zahin. Has been a standout performer in this game. Had a few questionable moments there in Game 1. I personally had questioned whether or not his mental fortitude was enough towards the end, considering a few of those rundowns on Xin Xiao, but clearly, those questions have been answered and, paid back in full and then some. So he's going for it. I mean, he doesn't even care. It's a 2v1. Rue's alive and Buss and Poots there as well. I mean, oh my god. Reckoning absolutely removed. 9th kill of the game for Sutek. Flashing forward. Gets the Q2 onto Relics. Buss and Poots will find the kill. And hey, look, another Rue hook. We haven't seen enough of those so far here in Game 3. Might as well add one to just pick up an extra little cherry on top. Finding its way onto Reckoning. And so Dilly, the only member of Elysium left alive, probably won't quite be the end just yet from Final Boss. The kill respawn timers are still relatively low, but they are going to maybe push for it. Mega Infernal Bomb only hits Buss and Poots. Ludicrous is here. Does have access to the Horn at any moment. Buss and Poots goes low. Uses the cleanse. Will live around a little bit longer. Rue taking up the tower shot to ensure that their ADC can get on out of there. Tower goes down, but the Horn comes through. Sutek won't quite have the Q2 to cancel it this time around. Charge forward, gets the knock up. Sutek goes down, but I believe that was Ludicrous being the one to pick it up. You would have preferred it to go on to anyone other than the Ornn, but they still find the shutdown, and the second one onto SEK goes the way of Reckoning.
Yeah, and they even get to prove that they can kill a Cassante with a Jhin comp. It took a while, but couldn't have come at a better time, right? Just Breaks as up, the Drake is spawning, you can deny the soul. There is now no jungler for 20 seconds for Final Boss. The Baron push is somewhat neutered. You do still have a lot of pressure to deal with, right? Top lane not looking very healthy, mid even less so. You're taking 3v4, hold on.
Take quite a bit of damage with the ultimate down on 2. Relics is traded back, and 2 kills turned into 3. Ishon, the one who gets the 3rd, the 4th. Picked up by Buss and Poots, a triple kill. It was a good angle. It was a tempo play that we thought was absolutely going the way of Elysium, but the carries of Final Boss simply have too much in the tank for Elysium to handle. That's Cloud Soul picked up by Final Boss.
Yeah, and this is the wall of diff that Final Boss thought they had in Game 1, but it's actually happening now. They take the fight 3v4 with Dilly being very much so on vision, clearing out those waves. Did technically have TP, but just did never have a chance, right? He has to be clearing out these waves, otherwise the game ends. So he is preoccupied, and as such, somehow Final Boss know how know the position they're in. They know just how advantageous it is to take the fight 3 versus 4 without the Zahin, without the Cassante, and it still works out in their favor. Positive for Elysium is the Baron is over with, and in 5 minutes, maybe you can get an Elder Flip. That's where we're looking right now. Negative before then, could very well be a triple inhib if you're not careful. We're going to clear out that wave at the very least, but when one goes, there's another one to follow, and they've already got the turret. They don't even need the wave. If they just want to walk forward right now, it feels very difficult for Elysium to push them back.
And there's plenty of wave clear on the side of Final Boss and not all that much for Elysium, so they can easily walk forward with the help of Ishan. Now on that inhibitor will be an open base.
No, Chains.
Chains of Corruption finds its way onto Ludicrous, who flashes away immediately as soon as he can. Will it be enough? No, it is not. Puss and Poots completely removes it, and all the while, the Maokai is removed as well. The push forward from Final Boss is too much for Elysium to handle, and we were talking about the scaling of Final Boss into playoffs. There are a few questions that their wins at the end of the season were up against a bunch of powder puffs towards the bottom half of the league. We wondered if they were truly well and in this Blue Otter Premier League playoffs, as they were dangerous and potentially, and well, they take down Elysium, our first seed, in an emphatic fashion, Rue. And I gotta say, are they the final bosses of this league? Have they truly become the best team in Blue Otter Premier League after a performance like that?
Well, we can say they've beaten the 1 seed. Whether that means they are now the best, it depends what school of thought you kind of agree with, right? Are you one of those that believes that you beat the best and you therefore are the best? In which case, then G2, baby, let's go. I will take a pinch of salt with that one, but Final Boss showing that they definitely belong, right? This is not your typical 4 seed, especially with the run they've had. You said they've been up against some of the easier opposition, but they have been finding it difficult to find a solid roster this whole split, right? They've had subs in just about every single series, and it's starting to really come together for them, right? They get a humongous win last week against Conduit, lock up top 4, make sure they have a second life if required. And with that second life, they're not even using it just yet. They're forcing Elysium to use theirs. It is an emphatic result for Ishan and the rest of Final Boss as they look to take another step closer towards winning out in BOL Premier.
Yeah, it's especially in the fashion in which they done. Obviously, the first game,
this could be a 3-0, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it could have very easily been a
framing, right?
Yeah, let's not talk about how the second half of that game went. I mean, other than the second half of game 1, like that's what 5-6 of the whole series completely in control from them. Like, I mean, it's comprehensive from almost comprehensive from them. Just like literally a half step below from it. So yeah. Congratulations, Final Boss, on stepping up against Elysium, advancing to the upper finals. And, Elysium, they're not out of it just yet. It's only the first round. It is a double elimination this time around. So they still have a second chance at it going into next week. They're still within a shot of being able to win the Blue Otter Premier League. But so we'll see them again next week. I think they get the choice because they are the first seed of who they would be playing in that bottom half and that bottom bracket.
I would assume
they'll
if
probably
it isn't a choice, then it's TSI.
Not CZI, TSI. Sorry, CZI. Yeah. I see in there. wrong abbreviation, but yeah. That'll most likely be how things pan out. But yeah, well played, Final Boss. Definitely surprised me, even though I viewed them relatively highly, certainly not this highly, and so we'll see them in the upper bracket finals up against whoever wins our next series, coming to you in short order, because after this break, we've got the Little Monkeys playing up against the Spire, and because of this one, since it went to 3, we'll be in very short order. We'll be bringing that to you after the break, so don't go anywhere. We are back and ready once again for some more Blue Otter Premier League upper semifinals matchups. This time, Literal Monkeys are taking on the Spire, and Literal Monkeys, Rue, coming into this one, I mean, even though they're the second seed, they lost the series up against Elysium, but I think in this whole season as a whole, there's been a pretty big gap between the top two and, well, the rest of them, obviously ignoring how last series went down. You take the regular season into account.
Yeah. Small caveat to that as well, though, is that, you know, throughout the kind of second half of the regular season, the Monkeys have been out without their main jungler, right? Telephobia hasn't been around these past couple of weekends where they've been playing, so I believe he was active in Twitch chat earlier, so I'm gonna have to assume that he's going to be on the riff for Monkeys in this one here.
And
Telephobia
when he's
been
the Spire's jungler, but
my bad. Okay,
yeah, Coop's the Monkeys jungler, but no, the point still
that's
stands.
Why I got very confused.
Yeah,
he's been missing,
and
that was
has been missing
for the Spire. I had my teams wrong, but the Spire were looking amazing with him, and they hadn't been looking quite as good without, is where I was going with it. I just kind of forgot. I kind of got my teams mixed up. That's on me, but point remains. I feel like when they had Telephobia, the Spire were a much better team, and when they faced in the regular season, these two teams, Monkeys ended up winning in a very close fashion in a 2-1 series, and that was without Telephobia. If he's here today, as he was in chat earlier, we could be talking a very different story headed to this best of 3.
We'll obviously get underway now. Lots of jungler focus with the Wukong and the Jarvan taking off. And, I mean, as well as Cooper performing really well on the Wukong games he's played so far this split. I mean, there's also obviously the name synergy. You don't want the monkeys going to, the monkey going to the monkeys. Actually, is that way around. Continuing on, Mbessa and Lucian getting taken off the board as well. The Aurora is one that Baxel always has up his sleeve, and one that clearly Aspire do not want to face. Hui will round out the bans here for the start of game 1.
Hui, a very interesting one. Not something you typically see, as there is very little time taken at all to pick up a Pantheon here for the Spire. Now, when you see Pantheon in this day and age, you typically think jungle, but this is the Spire.
Mm-hmm.
This is Pineapple in the top lane, who has his most played champion of the split, being Pantheon. 81 games.
But talk about most played champions.
Yeah.
Barry's up and available, and it's immediately locked
by
the side of... Yeah, Zeri, wait, hold up. Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, why are we just realizing this now? Wait, are we stupid? Or we've got a merge of Zeri in game 1. Wait a second. Hold up.
Is it merge finally going to be allowed to play this pocket? What? He's never allowed
yeah.
to play Zeri. I mean, no pressure or anything, but he's never.
Yeah, right. I mean, I think he has like over 200 games of it in like solo queue this season alone.
230.
It's, gosh, I mean, and it's
60%
like
win rate, by the way.
yeah, he's clearly, we've not been able to see the gas that he's got on this champ, but clearly there's something special for Emerge and well, even for Pineapple as well in the Pantheon. So what a way to start off this series, Baru.
Humongous power picks being traded there. I can't believe we missed that. I forgot which team we had. It's Monkey's renowned for the fact that you're not allowing Zeri through because Emerge will burn you. A 60% win rate on such a large sample size is insane. And I mean, it doesn't really even matter what you pair up with it, right? Because at this point, I feel like no matter what the Spire take here, after their Nautilus has been picked onto, you can take anything here. Maybe into Vayne, it's a little more difficult, but I mean, you don't have to pick support early if you don't want to, as Jean-Cool. You can take a mid lane if you feel comfortable. If you want to test the boat in top, fair enough, with Pantheon likely headed there, but not guaranteed. Or you can still just pick out a very dependable support into what can be quite an annoying lane, the Nautilus being mitigated somewhat now by the Braum.
Not only that, as you get later on, the Pantheon as well, as you throw up the Unbreakable, obviously the Shield Vault stun is a lot of what Pantheon's utility comes through later in the game. You can basically show up from anywhere to drop a stun. And so being able to throw up the Unbreakable and prevent any or maybe not any follow-up, but a decent chunk of follow-up onto, I mean, obviously, we haven't seen Emerge's Zeri so far this split, but the fabled Emerge Zeri is definitely going to help out a ton.
Yeah, well, when there's a reason for us not seeing something, like, you don't get to see it, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
This guy
Source Walker Maskey is another one, yeah. Sorry, you probably don't understand
there are just some camps that you don't let some people play, right? And Zeri definitely feels like one of them here. It's like, carry a bard. You don't give carry a bard. You don't give a bird.
Yeah. That's probably a better example, yeah. So I guess shout out to Source Walker. But yeah, second rotation of bans. Monkey's targeting out the mid lane with the Syndra and the Aura taking off the board, and the top lane from the start, or even jungle. Actually, probably more so jungle. Not going to be in the hands of the Spire with the Malphite taken off, and Baxel's ever so famous Mordekaiser going to be taken out. But Veigar is
I was waiting for you to catch up on that one.
Yeah,
you were in a flow, and then the Veigar popped up, and you stopped.
Yeah. But I mean, that's definitely a surprise, a flow interrupter for sure from the Monkeys. I mean, you throw up the baby cage around the likes of the Nautilus and the Pantheon, and I mean, even Vayne, kind of, if you can definitely stop them from doing what they want. The Ivern from the side of the Spire definitely going to help out Vayne to do Vayne things in the late game.
Also Pantheon as well, right? Pantheon in the top lane can be a little bit squishy depending on the build, so giving him the shielding, giving the extra damage when he goes through. Remember, if he gets the empowered W, that's 3 on hits that you can apply as well. Like, there's plenty of extra things to bear in mind with this Ivan pick. Victor can just neutralize what we're seeing there in mid.
We're playing cast top. Oh, yeah, Baxel Cassiopeia. Oh, okay. All right.
Huh.
Okay. All right.
This is something he plays.
They did this once. This is something. Yeah, this is something he plays. They did this once. I think in week 6. It didn't look great.
Do you want me to check that one for you?
Or was it week 7? It was one of the. It was. I think it was actually last week. Or no, it was some point recently.
Weeks have confused me because the weeks have lost their meaning after the.
This is true.
Week.
Yeah. But either way, Baxel has played this in Blue Water Premier League. The week that they did do it, whichever week it was, it did not look great. I will admit, but does have the range advantage in the Pantheon this time around, and obviously the Miasma does deny the Shield Vault, and I guess can also cancel an ultimate in the side lane, but I feel like once you get to that point, Pantheon probably wins out on that.
It was into the Spire that they played it.
Is it the
It
Spire?
was Monkeys
Oh,
versus the Spire.
okay. It was
Where
game one,
Maxwell-
I believe, right? Or
I can't. The order of the games is somewhat messed up. I can't.
Oh.
Hold on. Yeah, the submissions of the game. Yeah, it was game one. I found it through the draft
Yeah.
link. But it had a good scoreline. 7, 4, and 9. That's a good
maybe I'm
scoreline.
misremembering. I might
The
be
rest. I mean,
misremembering,
his enemy top laner was 9, 2, and 12.
Yeah.
So maybe that was what you're thinking about. I was like,
Man, that's
Most top
probably
laners-
it. It's
both
been-
top laners doing pretty well.
my
One
memory's
slightly
not-
more than the other.
My memory's not perfect. I just remembered that it did happen, so I guess my mistake. Sorry, Baxel. I mean, I was kind of aware of your game, but not specifically on Cassiopeia, apparently. My bad. I'll hold my hands up on that one. I do believe they lost it though, no? In that game one?
Yes, yeah, that was
I
that was
do
that was a
at least
loss.
remember that much. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but a very different matchup as well. That was Pineapple playing Aurora, right? Like Aurora into Cassiopeia.
Yeah, this time around,
basically
yeah.
just playing mid lane and top. Right now,
Yeah.
against a Pantheon, it feels like Cassiopeia has a lot more value.
Yeah, and so we'll see if said Cassiopeia can get a lot more value. If Monkeys is frankly a completely unorthodox draft is able to take on the Spire here in game one. We'll have to wait and see after this short spectator delay whether or not the Monkeys come out to an early lead or if the Spire start building up towards the, I don't know. I was going to say the Spire, but anyway, we're moving on. There's a spectator delay coming up. We'll be back after it on the Rift and ready to go in a few moments, so don't go anywhere. And we are, oh wow, we're really ready to go. Coop already in trouble on the invade. First blood going the way of Pineapple immediately. No time to rest here in game one between the Spire and literal monkeys. And immediately, Spire get off to a lead.
Yeah, and they also get a reasonable trade as well in the early game. Into a Braum, it can be quite difficult, as the Nautilus in particular, but working out all right there. Emerge taking the worst of that as of yet, and J-Feather can even tumble for some more trading as well. Junko going to go wide in the Winter's Bite, and means that Monogots can just keep on walking forward. Now, they know this water's, this rush is water, but they can just take whatever comes their way.
Yep, and we'll at least get hit back by the Winter's Bite. To at least equalize it up a little bit, but so far, I mean, it is, to be fair, only a minute and a half into the game, so not all that long to go off of. But the Spire, I mean, they come out in a very, very exciting fashion, and well, again, a minute and a half. But oh my goodness, hook at max range from Mollywops gets Jean-Cool down to around 1/3 HP, and this bot lane, we were looking forward to Emerge's Zeri, but level 1, level 2 from the Spire might make it to where they might not be able to do much in the bot lane here for the monkeys.
Yeah, you have absolutely got to respect level 2 timers. Like, as a bot lane player, if you are listening, respect that level 2. Like, it's so brutal if you're not ready for it. Jungle just slightly mispositioned, a touch too far forward. Mollywops knows that it's the third minion in the second wave. That melee minion counts so much of these early trades, and it maintains his advantage. Keep looking deeper.
Steps forward once again, wanted to ward out the bush, but the Spire was already there. The Unbreakable does save him a little bit, and the ward did come down.
Oh my god!
Emerge finds the kill, and now Coop's arrived to make it a 3v2 after that kill had already come through. Emerge jumps over the wall. Mollywops!
Oh no.
Taken down, double kill for Emerge. It was looking bad for a little bit for the bot lane of the literal monkeys, but we might have the reason why Emerge has not been allowed Zeri this whole entire season. 2 kills to the Zeri, and when he recalls, that's going to be very, very troublesome for the Spire.
Yes, it will be. In simple terms, this bad. This very, very bad for the Spire. The wave gets pushed in as well. They will be able to catch most of it. Early level Zeri isn't able to push the wave quite so fast just yet. But early game Zeri isn't meant to have a BF sword. And yet, early game Zeri has a BF sword. Great timing by Cooper to turn up, by the way. Just realizing that Ivan is going to be on the map a lot faster than he will be if he does his full clear. Skips a couple of camps to get down there in time to make sure he saves his bot lane. Turns up and makes all the difference, and Emerge does have to burn Flash, but will not care because, as I said before, they have a BF sword. That's not normally here at 3 minutes.
Yeah. And, I mean, talking about Coop, I mean, that is really what Coop has done best this whole entire Blue Water Premier League season, has been showing up for his lanes. He's not necessarily been the star player in terms of carrying, but has certainly been an excellent utility.
What? Why is Coop?
Why? More question is, how is Coop, and how he's doing all right, but it's a good hook from Mollywops does cancel out the Ishtal impact, so actually maybe how is Coop is maybe not so great, actually, at least after that one.
Yeah, not going to be feeling amazing about that, especially since he has delayed his first base by over a minute as a result. So he went back to clear his wolves, which he'd left before, took the crab on the bot side, and then went on a very extended tour looking for camps that weren't there yet because of weird Ivan timings, right? Usually those camps would be there a little bit faster, but they weren't, and Telephobia has all the time in the world to go clear them, and now he has a humongous advantage already gained as the Ivan. He took the Krugs while all that was happening on the bot side, and then I believe he's also just walked up and taken some Raptors as well, right under Cooper's nose, because he did the camp thing, press smite, and they're gone. This is a surprisingly large lead for an Ivan to be gaining in the jungle, and whether it actually ends up hurting Coop all too much is maybe a different question, because he is playing Skarner, so maybe it doesn't matter quite as much as it could, but if we talk about late game, there not being enough frontline for the monkeys, we can point back to moments such as this, where the Scarlet gets a little bit further behind, and there isn't much by the way of frontline after him in the brawl.
Well, speaking of Coop, the Drake has spawned onto the map. The mid laner lost times, stepping in for V-Ring this time around. Or no, it's not for V-Ring, sorry, for Korra.
Stepping in again.
Wrong. You know what? We're both allowed to wrong name the teams, but before we get to that, hook from Mollywops does miss. Drake's getting low, 10k HP. Coop's going to have to flash away. That will get out of range. Smite got down, still goes the way of the Spire. Daisy is spawned up. The health bars are too low on the side of the monkeys. Lost times will flash away. Jean Cool doing so as well, but he won't escape. A double kill gets picked up by Jay Feather along with the Drake.
So we don't even have to point to later on in the game where the Skarner isn't tanky enough. We can point to right there where a Telephobia has got a 2-level advantage in the jungle. Playing Ivan, he has swung that fight dramatically in his team's favor. He had already farmed up so much that he had the jungle pet down to under 20 camps to get the 1k smite instead of the 600. Coop still needs to hit 4 more camps to get to that point. Absolutely massive for a Telephobia. Uses Daisy, gets insane value in the fight, and his team is thanking him for doing so, because it puts them right back in a position they weren't in previously.
Going to find the Petrifying Gaze. Pineapple going to have to flash away. Axel will not flash follow to find the kill, but Pineapple struggling a little bit here into Baxel. Luckily does have the teleport, so will be able to come back and hasn't really fallen behind too much on the farm.
No, doing a good job so far, Pineapple, though he is starting to work out why Cassiopeia is so annoying. When Pantheon presses E, he can't turn around. And as such, Cassiopeia gets the freest Petrifying Gaze of all time. Most of the time, though, doesn't do much damage because the Pantheon's pressing you in your face.
Finds a stun. It's a good follow-up from Lost Times. The Impale's perfect. The layering of the CC absolutely on point. Synergy from the monkeys is there, and they will find a kill onto Vrang.
Okay. Now, it was nice. I won't, argue that.
Cool.
But was it necessary to use the Impale and then also throw a Vega ult from that range?
Oh, that's going to flash forward. Pineapple had used it earlier. As you mentioned, the Q from Pineapple missed, and so Baxel has a free setup to find the solo kill.
Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah, to get to that, Lightning Crash does come down. No ult available for the bot lane of the Spire. Emerge pressing in the damage. Mollywops taking down Emerge on a killing spree. Gets his third unanswered for the side of the ADC of the monkeys. 3-0 on the Zeri is going to be really tough to handle. Up 30 CS as well.
And
25.
I'm getting flashbacks to game 1. To series 1, rather, of the day. Because it's a very similar situation. Level 5 be level 6 in the bot lane. And the Spire are walking up. Now Jay Feather has ticked over to 6. He has on the hunt. He has ult advantage because they used them in bot. Cooper, hello.
Yep, Vrang going to be hit by the Ishtal impact. There's no wall for him. Daisy now spawned up.
Just about safe.
And yeah, we'll just keep Vrang safe just in case.
But back to the previous point though, it's the level 6 v level 5. You just you cannot afford to walk up there. Is there threat?
Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up. Wait, Lost Time stage. Daisy's doing a ton of work. Hold up. That seems a little. That feels illegal.
Being kill threat in that situation.
That feels illegal, right? It works out, and it takes Lost Times really low. He's going to have to recall under his own tower without teleport, so actually a pretty big win for the Spires mid lane in the end. But yeah.
Yeah, that was odd. I guess this phase of the game in Telephobia has kill threat that we're not used to because of the pure CS. There's not much else. He has no damage in his kit right now. A Dark Seal is all he has by measure of that as a Great Ward. Going to spot out Jay Feather. Now, the dynamic of the ult advantage has flipped back into the monkey's favor. There was a small window where it would be Spire having both level 6s and having their ults, where the monkeys would have theirs be on cooldown. Now it's ticked back, but could still look for something under the tower. Going to just disengage. Jungle wisely not hitting anything while he's in the range.
Yeah, and go right on the ROM there, especially when you've got Emerge with 3 kills unanswered. Already has the Yuntal wild arrows in inventory really early on. Not necessarily the biggest power spike as the first item for the Zeri, but still definitely going to have the advantage in the 2v2, which is probably the reason why they bring down a Telephobia alongside the fact that the next Drake is spawning in 20 seconds. Obviously, you're talking about how Coop didn't have the upgraded smite for the last one, will have it now. So as he heads towards the bot lane, we could see another contest around this second Drake.
Yeah, he's a little bit late though, and there's still a lot of bot push to be contested from both sides. You expect this phase Zeri to be far superior in terms of wave clear, especially with the item spike that Emerge has in their favor. But if you can find the item just randomly,
Telephobia will be spotted out. The Impale will drag under the tower. It does have to flash away before he gets to that. Frang and Lost Times running into each other, but they'll just kind of look at each other funnily and give enough time for a Telephobia to be able to get out. He is low, and we will get a pause as a result. Telephobia, importantly, half HP with the Infernal Drake up and available.
Yeah, and half HP, no flash as well. They used, I believe, on cooldown, which means it's already died. This is now a very difficult fight for the Spire to take. This is no, I have 2 levels on you. I have ult advantage, you're level 4. This is a very different dynamic, and one that the monkeys should be comfortable enough to convert. Lost Times TPing down to the bot side to try and guarantee the pressure down there is a little bit interesting. Took a small little chunk, but Frang not quite there in terms of items to really punish a TP that aggressive. And it means that overall monkeys should be able to play it safe, play through bot, and get this push, and then take things up to that Drake with plenty of time to spare. And especially with Europeans and Ivan, you're not really scared of that dragon dying all too quickly by himself.
Yeah. And also on the front of mid lane, as you were talking about earlier, Lost Times is items, not lost items. Lost Times, look at his items. He's definitely going to take a little bit to be able to get online, going for the full scaling build on the Veigar, which I'm not as familiar with Veigar builds because we don't see it, but it does also feel like in general that the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages as a combination really don't see it all too often anymore, especially except on the likes of like Rise, really.
And one more in the top lane, Cassiopeia, right?
Cassiopeia, yeah.
So I mean, as far as scaling goes, that is kind of where we're looking towards for the monkeys' point of view. It's going to be a while. The whole idea of what they drafted in this comp is to get to that kind of 25-minute point where both top and mid have that rower spike and the completion and the Seraphs, maybe even looking towards a third item. And if you can get there down maybe 3, 4, 5k gold, you're living. Getting this Drake, absolutely crucial to doing precisely that. And the reason why it's so contestable is because of the chunk out we talked about before, and the fact that Zeri has a 3-kill advantage in bot. Small issue, Emerge has no mana, so you need to take a awkward timing of base here, but with the Spire taking a base in bot side as well, you kind of just neutralize that bot push, and you kind of work things out at your own pace. Frank is going to be slightly faster down, but it looks like Telephobia has used his smite on Grubs, so I mean, you know what? Let's just TP in. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and Drake is started up. Coop is here. As you mentioned, Telephobia had used Smite, but it had a relatively short cooldown. Seems to be back up and available to go. More teleports coming through. Baby Cage finds stun onto Mollywops. Does isolate out. Apple will slow his retreat. They go in a bit too far. Cooper taking down to 50% HP. Use Ishtal impact onto Mollywops. Gets the flash away. The Petrifying Gaze and the Miasma do so much to halt the Spire in their tracks. Drake goes the way of the monkeys, but Baxel turns that fight comfortably in the favor of the side of literal monkeys on this incredible play with the Cassiopeia, and they'll push forward on to Frank. Ishtal impact slows him down. A rock thrown over. Going to pick up the kill onto, I believe it was Lost Times there. 6 kills now on the Zeri Emerge as well. We're talking about the scaling of the monkeys, but it seems they're good to go right now.
Yeah, and when you get a fight presented to you that looks as juicy as that, go ahead, go nuts. Honestly, I don't think monkeys could have asked for a better opportunity. It is premium Skarner Town. It is just perfect for a Braum to be fighting in those kind of narrow parts of the river. And then you look at what it's got you as well, right? It now means that Cassiopeia's got just about enough gold to buy the Rod of Ages a little bit ahead of schedule. After already having 4 stacks now on the Gluttonous Greaves, it means that your Veigar, who already had the Rod of Ages, suddenly gets a whole lot of extra KP. Bear in mind, every single takedown gives a bunch of stacks over to a Veigar. It's not just killing minions with Q, it's hitting champions, getting takedowns. And it also means your Zeri is so far ahead of schedule that they have 2 items plus boots at 14 minutes.
Yeah, that's a merge. I mean, I said it once that we've not been allowed to see him play Zeri this whole entire split. And we're getting good reasons now why that hasn't been the case. Obviously 6-0 on the Zeri, but before we get down into the bottom lane, it is trouble for Lost Times. Nowhere to go.
Aww.
Shut down with the redemption kill goes the way of a Telephobia. They would have liked to give it over to Jayfeather, but at the very least, they pick up the kill.
They do
Frank?
indeed.
Oh, he
So
stopped.
Frank maybe
Frank
caught window
stopped.
shopping.
Yeah, that was yeah.
I think someone pressed P on their keyboard.
That would have been a very premature time to press P though, because he was walking
He
away.
wasn't even
right?
basing.
He was, yeah, I know,
He's
right?
just
Like he wasn't
standing there.
recalling. He was actually like walking and then stopped, and then, so I actually don't know if he was window shopping, but either way, a bit of an odd decision, weird moment from Vrang, and does pay for it with his life. And
Yeah,
tower.
and it also gives over the mid-tier 1 as well. It's huge.
Yeah, and so 3.5K up for the side of the Little Monkeys. At the very least, there was a response from the side of Spire in the bot lane. Going to take the bot tier 1 tower and the plates, or at least half the plate gold win over the Jayfeather as well to try to get back into this one. Obviously, late game Vayne, very notorious for being able to take over games. And, well, it hasn't exactly been the best for the bot lane of the Spire with how well Emerge has done. To be fair, Jayfeather has been not the worst off from it.
Yeah. At least the kills have mostly gone the way of the Vayne, right? Those early 2 definitely spring to mind. That shutdown onto Lost Times would have been huge to get onto Jayfeather, especially with items that he's building, a lot of recoupos, it costs a lot of gold.
Before we get to that, though, Baxel's going to have to prematurely flash away. Instead, moves to the bush to deny vision. The teleport is
he's
coming
beautiful.
through. Pineapple's going to have to flash away, and great patience and great execution from Baxel to not panic and trade flashes in the 2v1.
Yeah, and honestly, like that play actually could have been better for Monkeys if Lost Times hadn't been there. Like I know exactly why he's turned up. He thinks he needs to. He's now there to make sure that there is no extras coming through from Pineapple who just use the Grand Starfall to clear a wave instead of make an engage. But if Lost Times doesn't show up there, that play looks even better for the Monkeys. But obviously from his point of view, it's my Cassiopeia is getting 2v1. I can turn up. Let's turn this fight around. All it does in the end is just force to disengage after Baxel had already chunked them out incredibly well by himself.
Yeah, and as a result, Rift Herald is free for the taking for the Literal Monkeys. Will be hopefully put to good use, especially with how low that top lane tier 1 tower is. They can get the charge off and might even save it for the charge on the tier 2 tower. And get some even more gold into their inventory. Get them all that much closer to hitting their scaling points. Obviously, very close to that Seraphs on Baxel. Also onto Lost Times as well. The Impale will hit the mark onto Pineapple. Baxel pressing forward. The exhaust is dropped. Pineapple cannot run when he's slowed up like that. Can't do any damage in return. Will do his best to try to find the shield vault stun to maybe give the kill over to Coop instead, but Baxel will secure it.
Yeah, and it's just another layer of misery for the Spire. Unfortunately, this top lane Pantheon, which was chosen so early on, not really working out all too well for them. An amazing counter pick found here by Baxel, and it feels like his champ pool is just so good in Pineapples because he has weird picks like this Cassiopeia that you don't expect normally, that he's happy to pick up. And we pointed out before, it's such an annoying matchup for the Pantheon. You try to go forward ever, and Baxel's just there with some miasma at your feet, and you're stuck. You can't go forward, you can't go backward. You're forced to just try and press E and hope that you can hold on for a little bit without taking all too much damage in the trade. At which point, because you're locked into one direction of facing, suddenly you get a Petrifying Gaze thrown your way, and then you don't even have the peel back either. it's just suffering for this Pantheon, who find themselves down about 50 CS in the top lane. And we also get suffering in the bot lane as well, right? Jfeather, who we pointed out before, has at least got a couple of kills, but still waiting on the second item spike, going to be waiting a little bit longer for that. Also down 50 CS, and I mean, Emerge has 7 kills, which probably doesn't help things either.
He's only a handful of gold away from his IE as well, so I mean, it's going to go from bad to worse in very short order as soon as Emerge recalls, probably just on the Raptors alone. And with, you know, both objectives not coming up for a while, just said obviously Baron in 50 seconds, but I mean, a 20-minute Baron's not really on the cards for the Spire with how far back they are. Cooper arriving in the top lane will try to find a way on to Ring. Lost Times is arriving slowly but surely. And Pale does miss. Yeah, he's walking up. He's waddling. That's how I describe the movement of Veigar. He waddles. Yeah.
A little bit of threat shown by Lost Times. Couldn't quite get what he wanted. Just gonna have a flash exchange instead. Rang accepting a small deficit there, but I mean, it's kind of the part of the map that's gone okay for the Spire so far, right? The kill score doesn't look great, but in terms of CS, very much so in the game is Rang and able to keep up somewhat in terms of items as a result. It's just difficult to try and hold on to a game like this, especially when your jungler is Ivan. You're finding it a lot harder to contest the things that you'd like to contest. Those typical spikes, even the camps for the jungler that you'd like to hold on to just start slipping the other direction. We saw Emerge stealing some Raptors, gets into his IE a touch quicker. Means that we're now 3 items of Zeri at pre-20 minutes. That's scary. It's a compounding thing right now where the Spire have got to dig themselves out of one hell of a hole, and playing around a dead tier 1 turret is not going to help
taking
things.
Yourself out of hole. Pineapple's going to do the best he possibly can without the tier 1 turret as it just went down. The redemption, it came through, but there's 4 members of the Monkeys in the bot lane, and nowhere near for the Spire to be able to answer on the opposite side of the map. So just yet another kill when picked up by the Monkeys.
Yeah, and it comes back to something maybe should have looked at even more in draft, is how do you play this comp from behind, right? It's always interesting to see you. Some comps you can play from behind, you can play from ahead. Like the Monkeys, when they're ahead, hey, absolutely living. When they're behind, who cares, right? We got Veigar scaling, we got Cassiopeia, who can always have impact, and we have Zeri to have Zeri moments. Spire don't have as much hope in their comp. Pantheon from behind sucks. Ivan from behind dies.
Talk about not much hope. Apparently the only hope Mollywops had there was to flash away. A pretty crucial one. That's one of the handful ways of engage that they have. Depth charge going to be dropped onto Coop to prevent Jfeather from getting targeted by an Ishtal Impact and Impale. But again, just slowly bleeding out on the side of the Spire at this point.
Yeah, and it's just, as I said, they can't play this comp very well from behind. They don't have nice avenues to engage, especially when Mollywops is forced back, as we're talking about in that fight, right? No flash now, using the ultimate to try and disengage. What else do you have to go forward with? You can try going with the Pantheon, but with Cassiopeia is there, as you'd expect. Then we already talked about how annoying it is for the Pantheon to be playing into this Cassiopeia. You press Miasma, Pantheon quite literally cannot go forward. And to be fair, Nautilus also has a tough time going forward when that button's pressed. It feels like everything that Monkeys have right now is designed to just infuriate the Spire. And I think it's working pretty well, because there's nothing the Spire can really do to get back into this game, apart from hope that Jfeather somehow ends up with like 10 more kills than he currently has right now.
And they are currently 6.5k gold down. The next Drake spawning in 20 seconds. There's not a ton of vision from either teams on this bottom side of the map, but Baxel will find an isolated out Mollywops. Going to throw a dredge line away to try to escape. Rang is here to slow things down, but the stun comes through from Jean Cool, and well, it will actually keep Mollywops alive. So well done, Vrang. Helped out your support there, but he loses a ton of HP in the process, and it's a really early teleport up to the top lane from Baxel, but feel comfortable enough to be able to let things go in the bot lane. But now the teleport came through. A Telephobia going to drop Daisy, and Pineapple will burn down to half HP, but the Petrifying Gaze finds way onto 2. Baxel would press forward onto
TP.
Telephobia, do his best to try to get the kill onto the Ivor, and the TP from Lost Time's a little bit too late. The R not going to find the kill onto Pineapple. It's a miss from the Q as well, so it's a bit of a blunder from the side of the Monkeys. They'll pick up the Drake in the meantime, but both solo laners on the Monkeys, especially Baxel, how well he's been doing, bit of an uncharacteristic blunder from them.
Yeah, that first kill was unfortunate. It was so close to it working still, but couldn't quite get the job done. Nice grand start for him, by the way, for Pineapple to ensure his own escape. The Telephobia looks to have made just about enough distance to also get out safely. I like the idea of the engage from Baxel. It's just not quite there mechanically. Pineapple able to close the distance with W. Doesn't even have to flash, by the way, just straight up Pantheon W. And that's something we talk constantly about. That shouldn't be a thing in this game, right? The miasma is a little bit too late. The exhaust comes down afterwards because he's stunned. Most of the damage already dealt. You still get the value from ulting when the Pantheon presses E. Pleasant surprise, you also catch Telephobia. But then he's caught in a bit of like choice paralysis, can't quite work out, do I want to hit the Pantheon, do I want to hit the Ivan? Ends up not committing to either of them and falling down, and then Lost Times turns up, and the less said about that, probably the better.
Yeah. I mean, respect from Lost Times to try to help out his top laner to make those numbers even, but both times he's done so, it hasn't really gone the way they would have hoped. I think did a little bit better that first time than that last one that we saw, but there it is up on the map. Impale will be dropped down onto Frank, who does have to flash away from the baby cage. And so it could have been very dangerous for the Spire. Could have been the Baron going away with the Monkeys, but they'll only lose the flash on Pineapple as well. Now is Baxel going to continue to dominate this 1v1. 3 levels up on the Pantheon.
Mm-hmm. And it's exactly how it should be. This is such a disgusting counter pick, as we can keep harping on, but the top play so close to working out there for Coop. Tried to impale into the cage itself to get Vrang then chain CC'd from going from suppressed to stunned so that he couldn't flash out, but just overshot it a tiny little bit. Meant that he was on the inside of the cage, flashed to the outside, and walks away safely enough. This game is very odd so far, but in terms of CS, by the way. Have a look at that scoreboard. We are approaching 3 different Flame Horizons, but not like all for the same team.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on there?
You know,
What's that about?
Yeah, that's I mean, I did not answer that question, to be completely honest. It does garner some like interesting questions, obviously, because Lost Times with the scaling build on the Vagar at 2 items will be doing an okay amount of damage anyway. Obviously, you wouldn't want to be nearly Flamed Horizon, but considering that he's got 2 team members also doing that, I don't think they mind too much. And Baron, I mean, Spire's a little bit too late to be able to get onto that, and so Monkeys, relatively uncontested, pick up a Baron for themselves.
Yeah, minimal contest. I mean, Ivan, right? It's difficult to really work your way in there by yourself. You need everyone else around you, and everyone else is clearing out their ways because it's just the state of the game, right? That just means sometimes you have to see the Baron, especially when you feel like you could have the scaling advantage. Even if you are down a little bit of gold, you have Ivan Vayne, and you have a way to start a fight come late game, right? It might not be a conventional scaling advantage that we talk about being so overwhelming, but it's definitely something for the Spire to consider, and it seems like that's kind of the avenue they're thinking of right now, because they give over that Baron, likely to give over this Drake in a minute as well. Next time they're actually forced into a fight, unless Monkeys go crazy with this Baron push, is going to be in like 6 minutes around the Soul, and even then, it might not be forced.
Yeah, and well, the Cooper, when we getting a little bit crazy, but at this point in the game, Skarner is very tanky, so not really going to mind all too much. Baron push, minions arrive in the bot lane. All 5 members of Spire are here to be able to defend their tower, but that does open up Lost Times in the mid lane, completely uncontested. And continuing to push now. So to clear out the wave, They're waiting for the next one to come through, which eventually will do, but all the while lost times, as said, pushing forward. We've got the next Drake spawning in 10 seconds. These waves pushing as far as they are. The vision is going to be very difficult for the Spire to walk into.
Yeah, and this is just not a fight you need to take. Right, we talked about before. This is the fight that is a non-fight. Monkey's going to be getting this Drake every day of the week. Spire, you got two of the first three. You can drop these ones, and you have plenty of time still. If you think that you have a chance later on in the game by not fighting now, may as well.
3 levels down on Baxel. Emerges arriving as well. Grand Starfall going to come through from Pineapple, but he might have just gifted another kill to the Monkeys. Frang was already dead, but Pineapple, fair enough, tries to save his top laner, or sorry, mid laner, but instead gifts a second kill to Emerge. Is not what you want to see if you're at the side of Spire.
Yeah, and that's unnecessary. Vrang being there in the first place is a touch exuberant. I feel like this phase of the game, it's be sensible with where you're standing, right? It is clear out the waves where you feel safe. And if Vrang felt safe there, then he was unfortunately mistaken. That's a nice route. They're not going to get any extra value there onto Jean-Cool. It's just too far for the Victor. It's just a step too far forward, gets punished, and then the one thing you can't afford to do right now as Spire is to make a bad play worse, right? If a bad play happens, then it happens. You do your best to mitigate, and you do your best not let it get any worse than it already was, and instead, it gets worse, and you're also apparently sending out both of your solo lanes to the same side lane instead of splitting them up to try and get some farm. You're just going to keep on getting further and further behind if you keep playing like this.
And as a result, Monkeys sit 9k gold up, or almost 9k gold up. Here at 30 minutes, the Baron buff has worn off, so there is at least a little bit of respite for the Spire for the next 2 minutes, with the Baron spawning in that amount of time. Dex Drake, Soul Point, Mountain Drake spawning in 3 minutes as well. So at least be a moment for the Spire to get as much gold as possible, especially onto this vein now at 3 items. For J Feather, Vrang also farming up really well, 3 items. If they can stay alive, maybe there might be a chance for them, but it'll take nothing short of a miracle for them, especially with the Death Bush falling up. Mollywops will be spotted. Drops the ward and does spot out that they were waiting for him.
Yeah. Able to escape as well. Very important on that Nautilus. I mean, this is a surprisingly tanky Nautilus. 2 items, but Locket and Protoplasm Hearts, which we've already seen this game have quite a lot of value. Just keeping Mollywops alive. Can face check a decent chunk, right? Can get that early vision by way of just tanking it and seeing what happens. You are up against 5 items Zeri, so face tanking only lasts for so long, but in terms of trying to get into the jungle, it's still possible. And the longer it's possible, the longer you have a chance.
Those chances will be few and far between as the time ticks on. We check in once again on the timers. Minute and a half has gone since we last checked in on it. Baron spawning in 30 seconds. The vision from the side of the Spire is all but a singular word. That being said, Grand Starfall will come through. The target is Baxel in the 1v3. Flashes over the ball, dodges out on the stun. It looked beautiful. It looked like he might have had a chance, but 4 members of the Spire in the bot lane show up to give J Feather the kill.
And that's a really nice play on bot, right? Great understanding from Spire of the timers that are involved, right? Baron spawning in approximately 30 seconds when they start to make that play happen. They know that Baxel's there a little bit too late because the rest of his team are going to be shaping up around this Baron, making sure there's no random contests happening. They sent absolutely everyone, and they still have time to get over and contest, which is a pleasant surprise. Bear in mind, they are down 8,000 gold. They kind of get to turn up first now towards this Baron. Daisy was about to die anyway, so it doesn't matter. They send Telefo sends it in towards their death. But you can try and fight 5v4. If you think it's the best chance you're going to get, you may as well have a go.
It will do. Teleport came through from Pineapple. They'll clear out this final control ward and make the Baron Pit completely dark for the side of Monkeys. Baxel's back up in 2 seconds, and he does have teleport. Baron now down to 6k HP. Baxel's teleport's coming through. It's a good Glacial Fissure from Jean-Cool to slow things down. Lightning Crash comes through. Lost Times picks up the first kill. Is traded back over to Molly Wops.
Hold on,
to
Bane.
go the way of the Spire. The Bane is going off, but it's a good Petrifying Gaze from Baxel. Emerge going to have the Guardian Angel popped off. Cooper in the middle of everything tries to get Pineapple and does. The follow-up from Daisy goes on to Emerge. Pops him up. The Miasma is dropped. Baxel's going to do his best to save his AC and does so. Is slowly ticking down from the Blackfire Torch of the Victor. Won't quite die in the process, but those health bars are very low. And the Spire, they get the Baron in the process.
And they probably get the Drake as well, right? It's a multitude of things they get. They get the mid-tier 1, the Baron for the next 2.5 minutes, and they also get to deny the soul for another 5. A huge play. They find that pick on the bot side, they rotate up to top, and they just take the fight. I was a little bit nervous for them, but they somehow get to destroy the GA that was on Emerge. He's kind of nullified in that fight. And Spire, through some amazing team fighting, and J-Feather starting to really come online, have found themselves with a small window of opportunity to actually make this a game. I feel like game 1s may just be like a common factor today. Maybe it's all game 1s are just one team gets a massive advantage, and then somehow the other team pulls their way back in. But I have to see if it comes all the way through though for the Spire.
Yeah, because Emerge is still very big, even without the Guardian Angel for the foreseeable future. Drake was picked up by the side of the Spire, so both teams are on soul points. And that will eventually give Emerge probably enough time if he continues farming up at the rate that he is to maybe finish. I'm assuming it's probably going to be a Bloodthirster inventory, which will at least negate the fact that the Guardian Angel is not available. And I mean, given how much time there is between now and the next objectives coming up, might be back online by then. By the time the next fight starts, I don't think it'll be online as soon as the objectives spawn, but it'll be very close to coming on afterwards.
Whether it's before or after, though, could be a massive determining factor. GA is usually the 5-minute cooldown, right? So it should be around before both of those. Cooper looking, hold on.
Oh, and the hook goes its way in onto Emerge, but there is no follow-up. Lightning Crash comes through. Glacial Fissure knocks up 3. And
Great
the Baby Cage completely knocks out Molly Wops with nowhere to go. Baxel finds the first kill.
Jay,
the Grand Starfall comes through from Pineapple to try to separate things out too much, but it's not quite enough. Baxel goes golden to survive a little bit longer. Is finally killed up by Pineapple. Is shielded for a little bit longer. Is enough to keep him alive and turn the fight, and it is, in fact, enough to turn this one around. Vrain gets a triple kill. His ult's very big, but his expires now, so 3v3 as it is. Lost Times and Jean-Cool for the side of the Monkeys. Frank and a Telephobia for the side of the Spire. Basically the mid laners and 2 supports there, but the amount of range that Vrang has in the shields basically makes him completely, just safe from anything that the side of the Monkeys want to throw at him. So an even fight, all things considered, that kind of came out of nowhere.
It did. Just sprung up over a need for these two teams to throw the gloves off, I guess. But it is massive for the Monkeys. They are going to have GA advantage now. And when we get to this Soul/Baron fight that happens in about 2 minutes. Bear in mind, it's a Soul for both teams. We could be seeing some sort of exchange if they don't want to take this engagement. I feel like if that happens, it would favor the Spire. They are not going to have GA on J-Feather. That has been popped in the previous fight. Emerges will be back online. And I feel at that point, Monkeys should have enough of an advantage to be able to take whichever objective they prefer and either contest the other one or let Spire have the scraps.
I feel like at that point, you probably want the soul, as that is a permanent buff. It is soul point for both teams. So whoever gets the next one will be able to claim that extra passive shield that the Mountain Soul gives over. We obviously are in the pause, so it won't quite be in the next 2 minutes. It'll be a little bit longer. We don't quite have an update on what that is from, because I didn't see anybody have a disconnect, at least not on my end. I don't know if you caught that, Rue.
I did not.
Okay, well.
It is what it is. We can wait.
It is what it is. Yeah, so Obviously, as you mentioned, the GA advantage, though, going to be relatively big for the side of the Monkeys. Also, the Seraph's Embrace will be off cooldown, as well as the Zhonya's as well for Baxel by the time these next objectives come through. Vrang does also have the Seeker's Arm Guard, so we'll be able to go Golden, has access to the Stasis. So
I think a massive swing factor could be if Lost Times gets to that point. Right, that's something we haven't talked too much about this Veigar, but his ult cooldown is already incredibly low. I saw it coming off cooldown. I was wondering if they were going to overstep and get deleted in that 2v2. Like, he can feasibly get 2 ultimates off if they have another fight like that. If he has Zhonya's to extend it, even just the arm guard to shatter to extend it, that could be enough potentially for the Monkeys to have yet another thing go slightly into their favor. Maybe it wasn't quite enough beforehand. This game, after being where it was, is somehow completely on a knife's edge.
And that edge will be around the river. Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. There is good vision from the side of the Spire in their own jungle to be able to move into, so Monkeys will do their best to clear that out, make it completely dark for the Spire. But considering how much both these teams are indexing into the bottom half of the map, especially the side of the Spire, all 5 members below the mid lane will do their best to be able to secure things up. Obviously, Recall now came through from Lost Times, does have access to the teleport to maybe find something. Pineapple going to flash away from the Impale, so no flash for the Pantheon. The Impale's cooldown at level 17 should be low enough to where it'll come back online by the time the dragon spawns, but the way the Spire are pushing forward, they might not even wait for the Drake to spawn. I'll just set up.
Daisy might not be, is the thing, right? It's like the Impale goes on cooldown instantly because it's a single use. Daisy has to wait. It's similar to how Yorick works. Daisy has to die, the Maiden has to die before it goes back on cooldown. Maiden, of course, can last for feasibly forever, so it's a subtle difference there, but it's not like anyway you press the button and or instantly on cooldown. Daisy works a little bit differently, and it means that I don't think Telephobia is even going to have a chance of having Daisy ready for this fight, though that cooldown is ticking away rapidly.
Look at how
Definitely going to Impale,
you say that, but it's almost halfway done already.
Yeah, I think it's at that level, I'll be honest.
Yeah, you know what? It's still unavailable right now, in which is the window that the Monkeys are looking for. The Glacial Fissure drops away onto Coop. Flash forward, finds the Impale onto Vrang, importantly, and Lost Time deletes Jay Feather. Incredible from Coop. Vrang going to arrive in the backline, does manage to get 1 kill turned around, but Cooper starts the fight. That wins it for the Monkeys. It's an ace, only losing Baxel in the process. Who needs Baron? Who needs the Drake when you can take the Nexus of the Spire and take game 1 to the literal Monkeys?
We're not going to get a repeat of what we saw earlier. It is going to be the team that had the advantage at the midway point, able to convert this time around. The Monkeys happy to get this one over the line, and it actually was the thing that the casters were talking about for once that actually mattered. How crazy is that? Like the Impale timer compared to the Daisy timer is the difference factor in that fight. The fact that Cooper has the ultimate to just say, I'm going on to Jay Feather, and he has to match my flash. He has to be able to dodge this. He does not have GA. I am going to lock him down, or he has to burn a very key resource. Doesn't use the flash in the end. Doesn't even get to Ghost, just gets chain CC'd after getting caught by the Impale, and that snap engage is what turns it into the Monkeys' favor. And I mean, if those stats don't tell you enough, then yeah, I feel like we never let Emerge have Zeri again.
Yeah, Emerge's Zeri, definitely. We finally got to see it in the end, but not even but, and yeah, and perfect example of it. And so as a result, literal Monkeys, it was probably a lot closer than they would have hoped, especially considering how things were at around the 25-minute mark. But in the end, do come up with the victory here in game 1 over the Spire, put themselves on to advancing to facing final boss in that upper bracket final, but they will have to be able to complete it with a win in game 2. Will the Spire be able to strike back? They're really close, in fairness to them, here in game 1, so we'll see what changes they make to be able to do that going forward. We'll see you in a little bit.
瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ
And welcome back for game 2, or at least draft game 2 between Literal Monkeys and the Spire. Literal Monkeys taking that first one in, well, what started to look like to be emphatic fashion, and then had a few hiccups towards the end of the game, but in the end, hero play from Cooper on the extra cooldown with the Impale was what pushed the Monkeys over the line.
Yeah, and it was one hell of a way to get this series started.
Oh, yeah.
Now it falls onto the Spire to take us to the full 6 for the day, which I feel like is something we haven't had much of in Premier this season.
No,
Feels
not
like,
really.
Quite a few 2-0s, quite a large disparity sometimes between teams that are playing, but teams today could not have been much closer. And now Spire have it all to do as we get ready for this draft here into Monkeys moving on to the blue side. Spire choosing a counter pick. It feels like everyone's been choosing counter pick so far. No one really taking advantage of it until that Cassiopeia on R5.
I actually find it interesting because if we're going by the fearless bans, it would suggest that maybe the Spire is still on blue side.
I'm telling you, Monkeys are on blue. Trust
Okay, well there we go with this with the Lucian ban. That's what they banned first time around. So actually, unless if for whatever reason the Spires flip things up and banned Lucian first time around, then you would be right, and the Monkeys are on blue side. Spire are going to be wanting the counter pick on the red side, especially, I mean, how well Baxel was able to use that in game 1. Excuse me.
Yeah, definitely not me having any of that. So moving on anyway, we got Lucian taking away, as you said. We got Wukong, which is just something you don't allow Coop to have. Typically, we'd have added Zeri to the list of things that you don't allow the monkeys to have, but that's already taken away now by Fearless, and it came alongside an L for the Spire, which is why you don't let Emerge take Zeri. We now got Jarvan, Syndra, and then Aurora coming through in our first rotation. One more ban before we really get into things. Monkeys, what are they setting up for first here? Do we look in jungle after these bans? I don't know.
I mean, there's still a few good jungle options up, like, Xin Shao is the first one that comes to mind. I know Coop definitely plays it. Hui, well, it was banned away by the Spire last time around in the first round of bans, and I'm going to assume that lost, oh gosh, I'm so used to it being Korra, lost, I've said his name a few times throughout the series already. By the way, the mid laner of Literal Monkeys, who is filling in for Korra, surely must be a Hui and Jorah, considering they Spire did not want to him on it last time around. Above the Zeri.
I'm actually you. Monkeys banned the Hui in game 1 on red side.
Oh.
They don't ban it on game 2, so they let it through for their own B1. And they also banned the Syndra away, which is something that Hui does not enjoy. And this is something Lost Times really enjoys playing as well. Makes a lot of sense, especially after that game. The rest of your team doing amazing. Just Lost Times didn't have the best of times. Understandable as a sub. Give him something that he's comfortable on, and then whatever comes his way, I'm sure he'll be able to deal with the Mel taken up by the Spire as they look to go deep into game number 2 with the Jinx.
Yep, we saw it last time around. We saw the late game performance from Reckoning there in game 1 for the Elysium and Final Boss series, and we got late game Jinx, and we'll just put it that way. So moving forward, the response for the side of the Monkeys will be the Varus. Haven't really seen Baxter play it too much, despite Varus being seen in the top lane every now and then. So we're going to assume that more than likely it's going to be in the hands of Emerge's response.
Yeah, likely. So you can keep that open as a flex if you really want to. You can also just say that Varus Nico is a very annoying lane to deal with.
Yeah.
For the Spire, and maybe that's enough. Though keeping that open for the second rotation is going to be very interesting to see if the Spire even respect that as a flex ban. If they just take away some top laners anyway, or if they focus more on the jungle as a result. They still, of course, pick their own pick for the third one here, and Nico's a really awkward thing to pick into if you want to play support. You can just ignore it and go jungle if you want to, I guess, yourself. But back to my previous point of the Nico, right now, especially with the Jinx, you want to have something that can engage in some way, shape, or form. But Nico is really good at kind of destroying those lanes, right? Nico suffered into the Enchanter meta a lot more, but now it's kind of back where Engage Masters, back where it once did. Jinx gonna suffer a little bit with this Nico.
Yeah, and I mean, Nico just generally, I think, is one of the strongest supports in the game. So versatile, being able to allow you with the not the pop blossom, the Q, name of the pop blossom is obviously the ult, but the Q to be able to push things out. Also, you have a long range snare with the strangle barbs, and the pop blossom as well can definitely be used as an engage tool, especially since I definitely see Nico typically going that proto belt as the first item to pop forward, flash proto belt, and then find a stun onto 6 members of the enemy team. And so yeah, the Nico will be really strong, as you mentioned, alongside the Varus. I don't know if it's been around long enough to be considered a classic, but
it's a nasty
certainly
lane.
It is. Yeah,
we'll see if it gets its true value here. Spire gotta take something on 4. Whether they want to go support or top does remain to be seen. I feel like neither feels great. Neither feels great about picking this early. Interesting to see that the Malphite banned away. Maybe they're looking to take top early and then take that support on 5. That would be even weirder. So now I'm just questioning why we've got a Malphite ban. But at any rate, the Rel gonna come through, and unless they're thinking of taking something like a Gnar, but then you'd see the Malphite and you wouldn't pick Gnar. I'm not reading this Malphite pick very well. Maybe it's just follow up with the Pop Blossom is too much.
Either way, the Rel locked in for the side of the Spire. Won't have to worry about the counter pick on support, as Nico's already been shown. Crash down in the Magnet Storm. Certainly provides a lot of CC, and we've had another one of these today. The second one today where the teams don't pick in time, and we will eventually get in chat what it will be. We'll tell you exactly what it is in a few moments, but now I'm going to assume probably the jungler for Coop. I'd be surprised if there's anything else.
Well, I mean, they'll be picking their jungle top tier anyway, right? So that doesn't actually tell us much. To be fair, Trundle can be either at this phase.
Yeah, it's true.
You would tend to say jungle. Picking the Trundle blind doesn't feel great. Now you definitely say that the Trundle is in the jungle. Sion headed up to the top side. Such a dependable blind. The fact that we didn't see this champion in game 1 is an absolute travesty. He is so broken, like in every sense of the way. If he's even, then he is ahead. Like it's as simple as like
yeah.
there is no such thing as an even Sion. He is behind, and he's like, okay, I'm Sion, deal with it. He's even, and he's destroying even into one of the, like, in theory, worst matchups for him. I don't think he cares because it's a Gwen on the other side, and it's like, okay, congratulations. Okay, like,
yeah,
I'm still Sion.
The heyday of Gwen, ever since her last round of nerfs, has long since gone. And even though into the Sion, it still feels all right. I don't think it can nearly take over games in this matchup as much as it had in the past, which is on one hand understandable because absolutely disgusting, but on the other hand, considering it's like was the go-to Sion counter, kind of makes Sion not quite a free win, but pretty close to it.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at some solo queue statistics, which they're always translate across, but this is in theory Sion's worst matchup. But that's in the way that, like, at 15 minutes, he's down 40 gold on average. Is that really a bad matchup? Like, like
then again, doesn't care. Then again, because we are pulling off solo queue stats, I mean, considering Gwen, like, at least historically, has been the Sion counter pick, I wonder how many autofill top laners see Sion on the other side of the matchup and go, oh, Gwen counters Sion, and then completely just don't do anything with it.
There have been 1,000 games of it on this patch already, which is a surprising amount.
Pretty decent amount, yeah.
Yeah, it's not quite the level of Darius and Yone, which apparently have more matchups, but like it's definitely up there.
It's solo queue. Like, I feel like half the games of solo queue are either Darius or Yone in the top lane. Like, right? Like,
yeah, fair. Especially Darius. I think Yone's a bit more like a specialized counter into Sion with the whole like E out of his Q type of idea, but knock him off if he's charging for too long. But anyway, so the Gwen much more important for this game. It rounds out the Spire's comp quite nicely, all things considered. The damage split's reasonable. They're engaged, going to be pretty damn good if they can land it. The issue is going to be these lanes, right? They chose Mel into Hui, so they clearly feel comfortable in that type of matchup. Unfortunately, bot lane doesn't feel very safe at all for the Spire, right? You're playing an engaged champion into Neeko, and Neeko is just one of those where she will bully you during the lane, and she can also engage as well as you can, right? You can mitigate somewhat if you can land the Magnet Storm while the pop blossom is happening, but that means that you're alone on the Rel and you're going to die in about 5 seconds. If you don't get kills within those 5 seconds to power up the Jinx, then you've lost the fight. And if you don't Magnet Storm to stop the Neeko from ulting the rest of your team, you've probably also lost the fight. Spire are going to be working with a very narrow margin of error, where if they're behind in multiple lanes, they could be struggling quite a lot in this game.
Yeah, at the very least, the Gwen is the counter matchup, and obviously covered it a little bit. There aren't a lot of options from the side of the Monkeys to truly answer it, and I think maybe the Trundle. But if the Sion's truly put as far behind as you would hope with this Gwen counterpick matchup, it might be a little bit too much for the side of the Monkeys to be able to handle should Pineapple have a bounce back game. But I mean, obviously we'll have to wait and see. I'm not as bullish on the Gwen as I once was into the Sion, personally, but we'll see what can happen up there for them. But for now, we are going to send it to the spectator delay. When we come back, we'll be loaded on to Game 2 to see if the Spire can send us to a full 6-game day, or if the Literal Monkeys can sweep out and face Final Boss in 2 weeks' time. So we'll be there in a few moments. We are good to go once again here in game 2. Literal Monkeys obviously haven't taken that first game. Looking to close things out with a 2-0 sweep over the side of the Spire, and we will finally have a little bit of a calm first minute this time around in the series. We got jump scared last time, but calm. We're calm now.
Yeah, it's nice. A little bit of variation on the level ones. Always good to see, as variation as well in terms of rune choices for Varus on the day. We're getting comic Varus this time around from Emerge. Likely to go a bit more of the lethality route. Makes a lot of sense. Double poke is obnoxious for the Rel Jinx. Why are they still here level 2? I don't know, but Mollywops manages to avoid the Tangle Barbs, and he's still down at 100 HP. That's why we don't stand up level 1 v level 2.
Yeah, absolutely massive for the bot lane of the side of the Literal Monkeys. Emerge had such a pop-off performance last time on the Zeri. Obviously, that is his champ, the one that we weren't allowed to see the whole season, and for good reason. But considering that he was put behind on the Zeri in game 1, now with an advantage here in game 2, maybe it's a little bit concerning for the side of the Spire, considering what we had seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, put behind, yes, but not for very long, right? Put behind until he got triple kill, and then he kind of ran the game. Type of put behind.
I mean, you know,
like,
you know, like
yeah, the kind of put behind.
He was put behind. This is in fact this is a true statement.
Yeah, and then he still had a base where he had BS sword at 4 minutes. So
yeah.
He was put behind in the very early lane phase, and then he still came back and absolutely crushed. So yeah, I'll go pinch us on that one, but point remains, right? It's good to see him with the upper hand on paper in the advantage, right? It's not just like you're gonna have a good or bad time. This is like your Nico Varus suffering.
Yeah. Especially after that from Jean Cool. Coops in the area. Maybe trying to look for a dive. This wave is very thin, so Matt's to wait a little bit longer to be able to find it. He's definitely threatening. I don't know. It does kind of feel like the Spire might know. I think they definitely do with J Feather walking up. Pillar comes down. Shattering Strike not going to find the stun onto Coop. But the other thing they're going to do is try to back out. Mollywops with the crash down does find the knock-up heal from Mollywops. Will keep alive a little longer. Flash is traded between Mollywops and jungler of Literal Monkeys and Coop. Takes a lot of time, doesn't find a kill, and actually loses a lot of his health bar in the process. As a result, Telephobia going to be counter jungling and taking away the camps of Coop.
Yeah, at least going to get the Grump. I think sticking around for the walls would be a touch too far, and it looks like Telephobia does agree with that statement. So just going to get the Grump away. A small advantage gain for the Nocturne, and Nocturne's one of the champions that does favor those early advantages if you can find them. But we saw something very similar happen in game 1, right? Cooper sacrificed a lot in the early game for his bot lane, and it paid off quite a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
He invested a bit, and it returned quite to the dividends. This time around, it hasn't paid off as of yet, but already an advantage starting to build for Emerge. Has to make sure it doesn't get caught out randomly after his support has based. It looks like his base got cancelled a couple times. He's kind of stuck in limbo, has to stick around for a wave, doesn't have the mana, only half HP. But if Cooper can turn it once more, then maybe it's enough to turn it around to get a free base. Maybe he just looks at the base now. Plenty of options to pursue. And when he does have that base, he's going to be basing with a lot more than just a couple of long swords that J Feather was able to grab.
Speaking of bases, Emerge didn't recall in that last fight, so he's going to take a little bit longer to be able to get away now. We'll come back with Serrated Dirt, so perhaps it was just waiting on that power spike. It's a very early one that lethality ADCs do get. We saw it with the misfortune in the first series, but now Jean Cool, knowing his ADC isn't there, is caught up and has to flash away.
Yeah, a little awkward there from Jean Cool, just not quite ready on the timer, but they're now going to walk up as well, beating.
Tangle Barb's going to be stunned up, but it will allow time to
Knocked
arrive
level 6
for Coop. But level 6 on a Telephobia secures first blood for the Spire, and into double kill now onto just Cooper. 2-0 unanswered to the side of the Spire with the push in the bot lane with the Drake up and available too.
Okay, that is absolutely crazy. So the second rotation of camps usually only gets you like a camp away from level 6. You have to then fight around the scuttle that's just spawned on bot. Because earlier on, the Telephobia invaded the Gromp, which was also second rotation, he got just enough XP to tick off level 6 on his second rotation of full clear, and that turns the fight in bot. That earlier play that Cooper did to try and help his bot lane actually ends up hindering them. How insane is that?
Yeah, it's not something you expect to see at all when you're the side of the Monkeys at level 6 for the enemy jungler to have as many minutes as levels, but is exactly what turned that fight around for, or not necessarily turned the fight around, but all but secured it for the side of Spire. They were doing all right before then, but now Spire up 1k gold. They pick up the first Drake. Telephobia is feeling absolutely great. And, Nocturne is really good at being able to take these leads and then get everybody else advantage as well.
Yeah, and I mean, what else could you possibly want from your first ult as well, as a Nocturne, right? That first Paranoia, we keep talking about how much
it's
it
always a
matters
big
to get
one,
a
yeah.
good Paranoia. To get a double kill with it, and also save your bot lane, get them 2 assists for both the, your bot lane and your support in a lane that they were previously struggling in, is just absolutely huge. I mean, I don't think you could have asked for much more from a Telephobia, and it's just some cute irony on top of everything else that it only is possible because Cooper tried to help out his bot lane earlier.
Yeah, that is actually probably. I feel like if you wrote that in the script, probably get called out for being a little bit too
On the nose.
on the nose, unrealistic in terms of like opportunity cost on that front. Grubs are spawning though, up in 5 seconds. Both junglers here on the top side of the map. Coop did push in, tried to find a way in onto Vrang, but the roam up from Mollywops will stop things now. Jayfeather also going up. Pineapple going to use the needlework, not getting much onto Baxel, however. With everybody showing up in the top half of the map, Grubs also going to go the way of the Spire.
Yeah. They are for now. I would be a little bit worried taking these when top is looking the way that it is, but it looks like he's going to be safe enough. Pineapple kind of struggling, to be honest, early on into Baxel Scion. This is what we talked about before. Scion is a Scion. Matchups are a thing, but Gwen is not the champion that she once was. Looks like going towards either Riftmaker or like maybe even Leandri's first item to try and deal with this, and it is just not enough, right? Every single time it feels like Baxel's able to push her under, and all it's taken is a Negatron Cloak. 45 MR, and suddenly he's completely untouchable. The Doran's Helm definitely helping out with things as well. And Pineapple's just sat there working out how the hell this is meant to be a winning matchup right now.
It's one that I feel is baited pretty often because of how much in the past we've seen this matchup just go insane for the Gwen when she was allowed to be a champion in the past, and to be fair, was a pretty disgusting champion. But sometimes the mind control, I guess the bait for the temptation for the win is sometimes just a little bit too much for teams to handle. But Pop Blossom finds his way onto 2. Paranoia is dropped, but the kill immediately goes the way of Coop. Turn around, barrier, is it enough to keep Emerge alive? It is not. Telephobia, though, in trouble, doesn't have Flash, had already used it, getting very low, and Jingcool going to be the one to be able to claim that. And with the single barbs onto Mollywops, he will have to flash away, but it won't be enough. Coop finds the kill. Brain comes forward, is able to trade it back. Doesn't even have to use ults in the process. The stun and the Q was enough to be able to secure Cooper's health.
Yeah, I mean, a really scrappy fight there in the bot side. Both teams turning up, throwing basically everything they have. Ends up being the mid laners have to take over in the bot side after also roaming down to try and help their sides out. And it is a whole bunch of summoners used. Overall, positive play for the Monkeys, though. They get a couple of kills onto Cooper, trying to keep him up with the Telephobia, who is still racing ahead in this game. Both junglers, by the way, already reaching their first item spikes, well in advance of everyone not named Scion.
Yeah, and going to help out things a lot, especially since that Scion is going to, be absolutely massive. But importantly, the Scion's also going to be largely building MR, Kanik Rooker completed. So if you can get the likes of, especially the Jinx, up and available and get going, it's usually really hard to cut through the health bar of Scion, but certainly one way that they might be able to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, Kane Rookin already makes it even more misery for Pineapple in this top side. We already talked about how much he's struggling to hang on here as the Gwen. It's not going to get better from here, as that is a beautiful combo from Lost Times. Severing Bolt into the jaws, into another Severing Bolt.
Damage.
I mean, Rang is getting chunked right now. That's another Severing Bolt connecting.
Yeah. Lost Times has not missed. I mean, it was not made available to him in game 1. Didn't have the best of times on the Veigar, but is at least in that exchange in the bot lane feeling quite good for himself, despite having the earlier kill go the way of Rang, still keeping up, still feeling quite all right. And actually, Jean Cool going to find the Pop Blossom onto Jay Feather, and from downtown Baxel with the unstoppable onslaught, hitting the mark is the one to secure the kill.
Yeah, lovely there for Baxel, who clearly needed that gold. Who clearly hadn't got enough of an advantage already in top lane by doing Scion things. Ends up turning up for his team. The Monkeys happy to have him there, get themselves their first streak of this game, tying things up at 1-1 from that perspective. And then straight back into the top lane to keep on applying the pressure onto Pineapple. Half HP right now. If he looks on all-in, I wouldn't be questioning it.
I just... Pineapple's hitting the sweet spot on the snip. And it doesn't even matter. It's disgusting. It is... You said it earlier in the draft, if the Scion is even the Scion is ahead, and now with the Scion actually being ahead, it's completely unstoppable, and that's not going based strictly on the name of the ultimate. That being said, numbers advantage for the side of the Spire. We'll find the route onto Cooper. The Magnet Storm will pull him back. The Fear does land. Snip comes down and cuts through Coop, and will get a kill to Pineapple. Help out here in the top lane, but we move to the bot lane as a result. A good snare finding once they onto Emerge. Golden Eclipse is enough to find the kill onto the Bears in the 2v1 for Rang.
Through the barrier, by the way. That is just some Mel-ings. I don't know what to say about that. It's just something that champion can do that not many others can. This is something that Hui can do. Oh, it finds its way onto Jay Feather. Doesn't matter. The slow tick away from the spiraling despair is exactly what Jay Feather was feeling. Luckily, a Telephobia was in the vicinity to use the paranoia to trade it back 1-for-1. That kind of feels bad for Jay Feather. Yeah, I mean, it was avoidable if he used Summoners, but didn't want to burn either of them there. If he cleanses the root that comes flying at him, he doesn't have to get tagged. And then, worst case scenario, if you cleanse and then flash to make sure that doesn't hit you, you can certainly escape, but sticks around long enough to make sure that Lost Times is invested enough for a Telephobia to get the trade pick, though it does come at quite a heavy price, right? You'd rather keep the Jinx alive there if possible. Burning Summoners never feels great, but if you're going to burn them out of a team fight, this is kind of the phase of the game to do it, right? This is still somewhat like lane phase right now. You're just playing in mid lane instead of bot. Team fights are going to be happening, but it's not the worst case scenario if you don't have your ult here, or your summoners rather.
Well, speaking of using things, Pineapple literally hits everything onto Baxel. Everything you could have possibly asked for as this Gwyn, and Baxel's still only at half HP. So
yeah, you can really tell.
Yeah, you can tell Pineapple played that flawlessly.
That's item, by the way.
This Scion is so disgusting. Oh my god.
And why would you ever play any well,
before we get to back? Ooh. Well, it does force the Pop Blossom away, as well as the Chains of Corruption from Emerge. So they will get quite a bit for the ult there from a Telephobia, but a really good pillar from Coop forces the flash away and will chomp down following up. Flashes forward, interestingly enough, probably didn't have to run away, could have saved the flash potentially, but will still get the kill onto a Telephobia at the end of the day.
I'm just gonna check. Was he tethered? Like, was he getting? Oh, he was getting fear tethered. Okay, so you backstep to break the fear tether. And yeah, he was getting fear tethered. I had to check on the stream on like the. When you look over, because I was trying, why is he backstepping it? He must be breaking the tether. Like, that's the only excuse So ends up
Yeah.
exchanging flashes. The Telephobia's going to have a tiny window of flash advantage, but it's unlikely to be all that important. Much more impactful is, of course, that kill that Cooper just got as lost times. He's going to go wide on his ultimate. Saw that Vrang had used the Reflect earlier to block that WE. No, EW. My bad. Letters. They matter. The order of them matters. But so he blocked the weird circle of root thing, which means that Spire in Despair was then able to be fired, couldn't quite connect, and Vrang happy to take that bot 2-1 as a result.
Yeah, and we'll keep things relatively level here in terms of gold all around. Bot 2-1 did, as you mentioned, did go the way of the Spire, but
have you ever seen a 3v0 lane?
I have now. I will say, I probably at some point have, but before we get to that, the Paranoia will drop, and it's enough to find the kill onto Emerge. Telephobia going to find the kill, as well as Vrang going to get just Coop in the process. So even though the Monkeys get what they came for in terms of the tower, they will lose out in the play.
Yeah, just this overstep there. I mean, it looks great while it's that 3v0 lane, as I was joking about before, but the Avengers are going to assemble at some point, right? You know that you're on the clock when you're making that decision to be there. It's just a matter of when the Spire are going to pull the trigger, and it's a little bit of a game of chicken as well. Are they going to go just before? How much time do they have? Are they going to commit instantly? Are they going to make sure everyone's in position before they go? Just a small little misread there from the Monkeys. They still got what they came for, right? They get the mid-tier 1 that is going to open up the map, but I'd argue probably a little bit too expensive of a price to pay, especially when it's not necessary, right? You give away the Drake as a result, and Cooper had Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's I hadn't even failed to consider that part actually. So yeah, definitely not the way you would have wanted it to go on the side of the Monkeys. So as a result, Spire start to push into the lead a little bit. It's only marginal, but certainly one that they will look to build off of. Ideally, to eventually deal with Baxel, because so far, even though things have gone well for the Spire around the map, it's still not going all that great for Pineapple up there in the top lane. Baxel is just doing Scion things, and Scion will continue to do Scion things until he really gets answered. He's not even building MR in his second item. He cares that little for what Pineapple has to offer.
And in a spare second. I mean, he knows the end result of this game, and he knows that Jinx is on the enemy team, right? The solo lanes are both AP, so you can definitely justify indexing a little bit extra. So the Merc Treads, as well as the Kainic, might go like a Spirit Visage third if he's really feeling himself, because he has the healing and also W shield, though shield's somewhat mitigated by Mollywops being there on the rel to just crush them once they spawn. But if that's where he wants to go, absolutely fine. But I only a spare second, so disgusting on Scion. Probably going to have more sustain than the Gwen.
And now before we get to that, crash down from Mollywops finds its way onto Coop. Not the tankiest on this trundle. The fear drops. He's not dead just yet. Telephobia finally finds the kill, but Molly's way too low. And from downtown, the unstoppable onslaught steps up the shutdown for Emerge, but he's gone too far forward. Vrang with the golden eclipse finds the kill. Mollywops, why are you still around? You're way too low, but he's still all right for the time being. The Severing Strike comes to Severing Bolt, actually, sorry. Doesn't quite hit Mollywops. The shield's enough to keep him alive, and so as a result, things really low. The J Feather autoing away. But these health bars on the side of the Spire are really low. But Jungkook also equally too far. Baxel goes forward with the W, gets the kill. Shattering, I mean, yeah, the decimating smash going to hit Mollywops, not quite finding the kill, but the follow-up auto attack does double kill for Baxel. Pineapple going forward. No mana left on lost times, but Baxel still really tanky despite how low his health bar is. A very hectic fight that's even in the end, but of course, right as I say that, the paranoia comes through. A Telephobia gets the kill onto Baxel, the first death of the game for the top laner. Pineapple daringly steps back forward despite Emerge also arriving in the mid lane. I mean, this is peak in a League of Legends, like, surely, right? Like, that's what that is. Like, that's just how we do it over here.
We always love it when the guy that died to start the fight ends up coming back to then turn the fight around again. Like that's when you know that a fight has gone on too long. But these two teams just cannot be separated physically right now. And I mean, Vrang could be in danger once more. Coop doesn't care about this burst just yet.
Yeah, it's hit by the snare. The Golden Eclipse is available to Vrang. He's gone low, and it is enough to find the kill onto Coop. Vrang flashing away 6-0-1 on the mill. We were questioning it in draft, but it's turned out to be a massive impact for the side of the Spire, and all the while within the bottom lane. Lost times could be in trouble. Spire Despair does hit the mark onto Vrang. It will find the shutdown. Molly Wops arriving. Maybe a few auto attacks and Shattering Strikes will be enough to save him, but all the while the top lane tier 1 going the way of the side of the Spire. But look at how tanky Baxel is. John Cool's just going to arrive. Baxel, he's taking no damage. It's 3 members of the monkeys around, and instead they turn to look on the John Cool. Baxel, he takes no damage. Oh my god. It's Scion Gaming! John Cool, I don't know why he's walking back in, and to be fair, it did split the targeting away from Baxel. It does buy time for Cooper to arrive onto Pineapple, but that was 3 members of the Spire throwing everything they got at Baxel, and they still don't get him.
Why would you ever play anything else than Scion? Like, when what other top lane can do that?
I don't even know. Like, that's disgusting. Also,
not even Cassante or Ornn can do those things. They might
also,
get the kill faster, but they're not surviving that long.
No, there's no way. I also, in hindsight, I think I may have also accidentally called that Lost Times was going to die because it looked like he was getting cornered. Turns out, yeah, he lived in the end. So it proved me wrong. Caster Christian, that one. That's an absolute classic. That's how we do things around here.
What can you curse around this Drake for us then?
I can't. Apparently nothing because Jay Feather's already dead before anything can be said. Molly Wop's probably in short order, hit by the Spiraling Despair, taken down to half HP at the very least. Didn't even get the chance to be able to curse something in favor of the Spire, and now Monkeys prevent Soul Point going over to the Spire.
Yeah, big fight for the Monkeys. This game's still so very close, but the gold not exactly spread evenly. It feels like Baxel is a big proportion of this lead right now. Anytime he fights, it's so dangerous to the Spire.
He hasn't even lost any health. All of that went straight into the Kato Crookard. Emerge going to get the kill onto Molly Wops.
Doesn't care at all.
It's just, it's absolutely disgusting. That being said, the snare finds its way onto Cooper. Cool. Also, going to find the Tangle Barbs onto Pineapple. But without Molly Wops, the monkeys move straight onto the Baron. Telephobe, do they know? They don't know.
They have no vision around here at all. They finally put the blue orb down. The Telephobe is in base though.
He recalled. They have no vision. Even if he uses Paranoia, he won't be able to get in to be able to steal.
TP.
4k HP now. Mega Super Mega. That's rocket. Not even going to hit.
That would have given vision.
1500. Smite it away. Completely uncontested, by the way, of the Monkeys. That being said, Spire have arrived to be able to try to stop these recalls. John Cool will get hit by the Zap, but there's not a lot of follow-up to be able to fully collapse onto the Nico. And so the Monkeys, they pull off a heist. They get Baron onto all 5 members, and the Spire, they're left looking silly.
Yeah, it was an amazing timer found there by the Monkeys. I mean, it's somewhat sniffed out by the Spire, and they're going to get something back in return.
Onslaught going to find its way onto Vrang, gets the slow. Lost Time's going to look over the wall, decimating Smash Punch, slow up the pillar.
Jay's isolated.
Vrang doesn't get anywhere, but it might be a little bit too far from the mid laner of the Monkeys to trade it back 1-for-1. Shutdown goes away of Jay Feather, gets the reset, but I mean, Baxel doesn't even care. The autos are dropping down onto Cooper, might get the reset. He's going to finally get him out of range, but now, finally, Jay Feather turns his attention away. Emerge gets the kill onto Telephobia. Molly Wops is snared up, and that will be 3 kills. Gone without an answer, probably going to be 4 now. As Jay Feather slowed up, does get the burst of move speed from the flame feathers on the ground to get away. But
Cleanse flash away from a Psione. How scary is this top laner? This guy is untouchable.
Baxel is still full health, by the way. He's still... yeah. Jay Feather not going to be able to stop down this push alone. Going to have to wait for the likes of Vrang and Pineapple to respawn. Coop's going to stick around. Okay. A little bit of a miscommunication there for a handful of seconds between the literal monkeys, but they'll be fine in the end.
Yeah, they work things out. The inhib looks nice, but it's a touch too far with those respawn timers. If they had 5 seconds extra to play around with, then sure, go ahead, take that inhib. You could potentially argue it's even a little early in a game such as this. You typically talk about like 20 minutes is too early to be taking an inhib. 25, kind of on the borderline, but when both teams have 2 Drakes each, you know this game is likely to go quite deep, especially when the enemy team has a Jinx as well. Like that, you know that the Spire have scaling, right? You don't want to give them anything for free right now, and you know, they're still very much in this game, are the Spire, but there's recent couple of fights. Meat Monkeys have kind of the control of things. Don't want to give a hint of control back over to the Spire. Just keep them exactly where you want them, and have everything be on your terms for as long as possible.
Like to specify that usually it is the mid inhib, the one that's not looked to be taken early on, because obviously side lane inhibs can open up opposite side objectives that need a response, especially if it was like top lane with the Drake spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds. Either team will get soul point when it does get claimed, and outside of an insane blunder from the Spire, it will come to that. So it would definitely be helpful, but it is more of a more specific result, and we will have to wait around for said Drake to be able to spawn up. Luckily, the side of the Spire, they have gotten a decent amount of vision in their own jungle, so they won't be walking up blindly.
Yeah, that ward, by the way, that was just outside the Raptor pit was doing so much so long, finally got swept out. I was waiting to see, Jungle had no sweepers. I think he may have been, there may have just been like a random scrap. Oh no, it was the Scuttle Crab, actually, that I believe that may have got it, but finally get rid of it. Was huge there for the Monkeys to finally have a little bit of safety in their own side of jungle. Not on vision constantly means Spire working with a little bit less information, especially around this dragon setup. It matters oh so much. The deeper the vision that you can sneakily place, the better, as long as it doesn't come at the cost of your life. That would be pretty bad.
And all the while,
oh my god,
Baxel getting drawn. Baxel going to the back line. Jean-Cool not going to get anybody with the pop blocks, but it won't matter because Baxel is there to be able to completely isolate off Rang and J-Feather, and so the rest of the Monkeys step forward for Mollywop's Pineapple in the back line, doing his best to try to burst out Emerge or Lost Times, just unable to. And so 2 kills go the way of the Monkeys, but importantly, they kill a Telephobia. Actually, 3, sorry. They get a Telephobia, so there's absolutely no chance that this Drake will be taken away from them.
Now you can definitely take that mid hit if you want it, right? Now with the 3rd Drake about to be secured by Cooper, your mid push timer is absolutely fine if you just want to guarantee it, lock it in for the soul fight in about 5 minutes or so. Instead, looks like Monkey's going to turn attention to the bot side, where there's a tier 2 happily waiting for them. That's Standing Gold going to be taken off the map once more, and a reasonable decision. I think personally taking the mid inhib sounds a little bit nicer to me, while there were so few members on the map for the Spire, but a fine decision all the same. And sometimes happens, right? Sometimes you're stuck with a lot of bad decisions you could possibly make. Sometimes you're left with a lot of reasonable ones, and any of them is fine as long as you commit to them as a unit. Looks like that's exactly what they've done. Bases cancelled by the J-Feather ultimate was neat. Going to give Spire a small little tempo window, but nothing all too severe, as they still have 30 seconds for this Baron.
Yeah, and they will be able to recall. They'll get back onto the map as it spawns up. As it stands, the Spire don't really have a way to be able to burst it down in the process. And actually, on top of Onslaught goes forward, splits all the members of the side of the Spires, but it leaves J-Feather in a troublesome spot too far forward. Mollywop soon to follow, and so very quickly the Monkeys capitalize on the Spire, farming out in the mid lane. And what looked like was going to be a potentially contested fight completely goes uncontested, as the Baron spawning now will be completely free for the Monkeys. I mean, I guess the Telephobia is still alive and Rang is around, so it is an outside chance that perhaps the Spire can do something about it. But yeah, as you said, it's going to be difficult for them to be able to get vision. They do have the Jinx respawning in 12 seconds. And they do have the blue trinket, so maybe... No, it's way too low now, as we got 11. It's too low.
Yeah, even then, like, the range on the blue trinket isn't quite enough to reach from spawn anyway, so you'd have to get another, 10 seconds of movement from J-Feather to get in range to put the blue trinket down. just not enough.
Yeah, it was cope. I'll admit.
Yeah.
It was.
But I mean, maybe they get something back on the top side.
Jungle going to have to pop the Seeker's arm guard. The damage from the ult will be enough from Vrang, well, at least when you follow it up with the Q, but it will be immediately traded back 1-for-1. Mid laner for support. Coop getting dangerously far forward, but is fast enough on the Trundle with the excuse me. The Dead Man's Plate. Dead Man's Plate to be able to get that. Yeah. You know,
I was trying to look at where you're going.
I was choking on my own mucus there, so excuse me for that.
I was trying to carry on, but I didn't know quite where you're going. But yeah,
no.
We have lots of things to make the Trundle nice and fast, right? So able to escape that one relatively freely, and even without his flash, absolutely fine. Speaking of those flashes, they will be back up at least on the mid jungle of Monkeys for this Soul. Emerge has his timer a little bit skewed from the rest of his team, so that might not be there if the Spire want to throw a Hail Mary at this fight. Personally, don't mind giving it up. Sounds crazy, giving over an Infernal Soul, but your Jinx is waiting on a 4th item IE. 4th item IE doesn't feel great at the best of times. You just lost your mid inhib. If you think you can hold for another 4 minutes or so, instead of for another minute and a half, then maybe. If Jade Feather has his IE, then go for it. Otherwise, I think you might have to just give up the Soul.
Oh, Pineapple put everything onto back, so all charges of needlework as well as all the snips. And so Pineapple, as the rest of the Monkeys arrive, chunked completely out of this fight, will give the top lane tier 2 over to the literal Monkeys. All 5 members of the Spire will be here to defend the top lane. All 5 members of the Monkeys are in the top lane to try to force open the base of the Spire. At least the top lane. Baxel teleporting back in, going straight to the back line. Does way too much for the side of the Spire to handle. Telephobia tries to go in, but is immediately removed from this plane of existence. Does have the Guardian Angel. Shutdown goes the way of Pineapple to try to turn things around, but Emerge finds the kill. Pop Blossom drops. Double kill goes the way of Emerge, who is still completely untouched. Baxel as well, full health. So even though the Spire do the best they could possibly hope for to be able to turn this one around, it is an ace only for Cooper, only for Lost Times, and that is a sweep for the Monkeys as they advance to face final boss in the upper semifinals 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, they find it today even easier than they did in the regular season. Only the 2 games required for them as they put up one hell of a showcase to finish off the night. Put themselves, you say, into the upper bracket final up against opposition that I don't think they were going to be expecting, but they have 2 weeks to prepare. No. As now it's also going to be the Spire put down into the lower bracket, likely to be facing up against Conduit, who are not going to be the easiest of oppositions. Remember, Conduit were one of those teams that we were talking about, the top 4, bottom 4 in the early phases of the season. Conduit fell out. Final Boss snuck in, and now this is going to be one hell of an elimination best of 5 next weekend. Yeah,
and so Spire, we'll say congratulations to the literal Monkeys on their victory. They definitely look like one of the best teams in the league. Definitely put that on display today. Despite a handful of hiccups here and there, they were largely in control over our 3rd seed here in Blue Otter Premier League. Commiserations to the Spire, but as it is double elimination, we won't, it's not the end of them. As you mentioned, they will likely be facing Conduit up against next week, where we start out the first round of the lower bracket. We'll see if either the Spire or Elysium can make a lower bracket one, or if Conduit or TSI can surprise the upset the odds completely, because I don't think really anyone has, except for maybe Conduit, but definitely TSI, don't really have them anywhere marked to be having any significant run here in the playoffs. But we'll obviously find that out next week, ideally over 2 days, as well as those will be best of 5s. So we'll hope to see you then. But from us today here at the Blue Otter Premier League, we wish you a good night. Actually, I've been Isaac alongside Rue. Sirius has been things in the back. I forgot that part. And now we wish you a good night. There we go. I was forgetting something. That's it. But we'll see. Yeah, that will close us out for it.